Hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Little Bumblebear's Let's Play. I'm Kristen Little Bumblebear and I'm here with another Tex Murphy game. This is Tex Murphy Overseer. I hope you enjoy. Be sure to give this video a thumbs up, leave a comment down below, and subscribe for more nostalgic gaming. Check out the playlist in the description box to see the other Tex Murphy games I have done on this channel. I have done Tex Murphy Under a Killing Moon and the Pandora Directive, which for some reason I kept calling Pandora Detective in the intro, because I'm just silly like that. Let's see, what else? Oh, I do have a Twitter and Instagram and streaming channel. If you want to go check those out, the links are down below. And please let me know if you use Discord because I would love to invite you to my server. All right, without further ado, let's begin another mystery, continuing the storyline with Tex Murphy Overseer.
Is your daddy dead? Overlord is the...
Tex? Are you okay? Sit up for a minute in the camera.
I know you're a strong woman, Chelsea, but even you've got your limits.
Quit stalling. I want to see the real you.
Okay. Hope you got your smelling salts handy.
Ooh, scary. You know, my brother had a mask just like that he wore to all the Halloween parties. He always won a prize.
Yeah? Well, after a hot bath, an apricot facial, and a little makeup, you're gonna be eating your heart out there, darling.
You probably forgot, but our date starts in exactly 12 minutes. Lucky for you, there is a 1-hour grace period.
I'm sorry, Chelsea, but I've been working like a dog.
Oh, has it been a hard day's night?
Yeah, and then some. I just ended a 36-hour stakeout. Outside a steakhouse, ironically enough.
Well, I hope it didn't ruin your appetite, because I have a little surprise for you.
Well, it's not a formal surprise, is it? Because my tux, it's at the dry cleaners.
No, no monkey suit required.
All right. Well, I sure hope it's bowling, because I just got my ball waxed.
No, we're not going to the 10-Pin Palace, and we're not having chili dogs either. Now don't go back to sleep. Make yourself beautiful as quick as you can and zip on over here. I'll be waiting.
Sorry I'm late.
Well, at least you're here. Come on in, let me take your hat and your coat.
You know, in this light, you kind of look like a princess.
Well, thank you. So which one of the dwarves do I have with me tonight? Happy, grumpy, or dopey?
Sleepy, actually. But hey, I'll tell you what. I put on a fresh shirt. I'm wearing the tie you asked me to wear. Get a couple of drinks for me. I'm gonna perk right up, okay?
Well, you look like you've been working hard.
Oh, man, I'm exhausted. It's just that I can't seem to get a decent night's sleep.
You still having those nightmares?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I think if you kept a little bit more normal hours and you ate a decent meal every now and again, you might look and feel a lot better. And that's why we have an 8 o'clock reservation at the Golden Pagoda.
Well, since you got to pick the restaurant, maybe I could be in charge of the early evening entertainment. Because if we...
Tex, honey, listen. I don't want you to think that I'm not interested. I am. It's just that I think that we have some things that we really need to discuss first.
Such as?
I just think it would be nice if our relationship could go further.
What, like, all the way to second base?
Oh. No. All I'm talking about is the ability to commit to something that has the potential to make us both very happy.
It's about Sylvia, isn't it?
No, and it's not about marriage. It's about that one thing that prevents us from being close.
What does Sylvia have to do with you and me?
You tell me.
Okay. If you really want to know, I'll tell you. But keep in mind, 6 years ago, I was pretty much an idiot. The colonel had just fired me from his detective agency because I thought everything had to be done by the book. Literally. Well, being the naive optimist that I was, I decided to go into business for myself and become a big success. As it turned out, I was about to learn some even harder lessons. There I was in my shiny new office with all the trimmings up to my ears in debt. Weeks had gone by and I was still waiting around for my first client to show up. I figured I'd have more work than I could handle in a big city like New San Francisco. And I was just starting to feel like a tiny bug on the windshield. Yeah, Chelsea, you wouldn't believe it, but I had a really nice office. Let me tell you about it.
Okay, well, we just saw that Tex and Chelsea are still dating, which is very nice. And Chelsea seems to want to have more of a commitment in their relationship. So we've been taken back to the past, about 6 years ago, as Tex tells us the story of what happened here with the overseer case. Now, first off, I am going to tell you all something. Tex is going to have a very special ability, a wonderful superpower that's going to make this playthrough so unique than the other ones. And that's his ability to see through things. Like, oh, I don't know, his file cabinets. Look, what's in there? Truth, well, the game has a little bit of a graphical hiccup going on. And I did technically find a way to fix it, but the fix keeps me from being able to capture the game to record. So rather than completely just scrap the game altogether, I really want to share it with you guys and play it. So if you will be imaginative with me, we're going to proceed on with this playthrough and just pretend that Tex has a really awesome power that makes sure that we can just never miss anything in any drawers or the backings of furniture. And I do hope you enjoy. All right, well, let's get started and explore Tex's office, shall we?
All right. Looks like the latest issue of Boyd's Life has arrived. I wonder what that crazy Boyd is up to this month. Oh, Boyd's Life. Annual fishing issue. I wonder what those twins are up to this month. Some people have power ties. I have power plants. The guy who sold me my stone masks said either they were a fertility charm or would curse me to lifelong poverty and a violent death. Live dangerously, I say. The Cliff Notes collection of the world's most complicated novels. I say trim the fat. The compendium of mediocre Sherlock Holmes ripoffs. My favorite is the short story by Joe Esterhaus, The Sign of the Thong. Ay, 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 la polizia! Studies in Venezuelan policing tactics. My murder mystery collection. I've read so many. The way I figure, I'll pretty much have every case solved before I leave my office. 300 years of dance and the Dance Instructor's Guide to Proper Footwork. If this PI gig doesn't work out, I can always go back to giving dance lessons. It's a proud Murphy family tradition. 300 years of dance and these are all biographies of Wayne Newton. I don't know why people always found him so fascinating. Well, I'm not sure why, but this sculpture is called Every Day is Sunday to a Bird. Collection of Latvian literature. I use these books for scrap paper. It's the Linda Goodman Sun Sign series, complete with a Leo bookend. These are travelogues of every country in the world that begins with A. These are travelogues of every country in the world that begins with A. I don't want to brag, but I own every John Grisham novel ever published. History of animal testing. I read a couple of chapters whenever I feel like getting really worked up. I use this tape to measure my success. I've just got to dust it off and it'll work like a charm. I made these vases in my high school pottery class. It was the easiest B- I ever got. Well, I've only got a few things in my file cabinets right now, but someday they'll be jam-packed. This is where letters of recommendation and thank yous from clients will go. Oops, this letter from the Colonel's been misfiled. This is where letters of recommendation... The PI Rules is my Bible. 20 tried and true aphorisms with plenty of blank pages to add your own. I've come up with 17 others so far. The Colonel told me this book was for idiots, but I found these words of wisdom to be both inspiring and instructive. Extreme Sports Illustrated is pretty cutting edge. The last issue had an article on ultimate chess. 30 men and 2 women in a literal fight to the death. I fill my ashtray with candy in hopes that visitors will forego the dangers of smoking in favor of good, wholesome, processed sugar. Nothing refreshes like cool, clear water. My fax machine's brand new. Now if I could just get a fax from someone other than my mom. This perpetual motion device just goes on and on and on. The only pet I've ever had. His name is Raymond. One thing's for sure, this isn't the only love seat in the office. Nothing in here yet. The rich cherrywood finish of my new desk presents an image of stability and success to my clients. Just manuals for the phone and fax machine, you know, technical stuff. This holds all 4 of my color-coordinated outfits. When it comes to fashionable attire, I believe in quality over quantity. Uh-oh, only 1 pair left. I'd better be careful. I'm saving these bottles of cold duck for a special romantic dinner. All of the flavor and none of the mind-numbing alcohol. Humphrey Bogart, my one true inspiration. This is the one thing that I refuse to skimp on. It's the finest cot that money can buy. The Royal Game of India. In my book, Parcheesi, Twister, and Ms. Pac-Man are the triumvirate of competitive gaming. Well, 5 would be nice here.
Are you the private investigator?
Oh, that's what someone painted on the door.
I'll take that as a yes. I'd like to hire you, if you're available.
Well, it just so happens that I am. What can I do for you, Ms.
Linsky, but I'd prefer if you called me Sylvia.
Okay, Sylvia. I'm Tex Murphy. Have a seat.
I'm sorry if I disturbed your game.
Well, that's all right. I was losing anyway.
Would you like one?
No, actually, there's a rumor going around that those things are bad for you.
Lots of things are bad for you. That doesn't stop me from enjoying them.
So, why are you in the market for a PI?
My father, Carl Linsky, died a week ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
The police think it's suicide. I believe they're wrong.
Well, the police are usually pretty good in matters like this. I mean, I can't believe they'd make that big a mistake.
My father wasn't suicidal, and I'll pay you to prove it.
Okay, Your father's name is... Sorry, was?
Carl Linsky.
Okay. Well, if we rule out the suicide, that leaves 3 other ways to go. I mean, it could have been an accident or natural causes, or it could have been murder.
The police say that they have witnesses that saw him jump off the Golden Gate Bridge.
Well, I guess that rules out the first 2 then. So you think your father was murdered?
He didn't kill himself, I know it.
Look, if I take your case, you gotta understand there's no money-back guarantee. And it doesn't sound real promising.
I just don't know what else to do.
Who's the officer in charge?
The detective's name is Eve Clements.
All right, I'll go down and I'll talk to her. We can get together later and I'll tell you what I found out.
I'm staying at my father's house. Here's the address. Now, about the money up front. How much do you need? Because I haven't got a lot.
I'm running a special this week. If I decide not to take your case, there isn't going to be any charge.
Thank you. I'll be waiting.
Nice to meet you, Sylvia.
So that's Sylvia. Okay. Well, that makes sense now, doesn't it? Of why Chelsea be asking about her. Okay. We've got a mystery to solve. Sylvia thinks that her father was murdered. We're going to investigate and see what happens next.
Welcome to the American Information Database. We hope you enjoy your free 2-week trial subscription. Our new voice recognition interface makes requesting information more convenient than ever before. Simply tell us the topic you want researched. The request will be immediately transmitted to our central database. Any available information will be sent, usually within seconds, to your fax number. What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Carl Linsky has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Detective Eve Clements has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Sylvia Linsky has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Tex Murphy has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
Okay, we are going to meet with Eve Clements, the detective on this case that Sylvia mentioned, and see what information we can gather from her.
It doesn't sound like a very promising start.
Well, like I said, I was running out of cash fast and was pretty desperate for a case. I knew Detective Clements and figured I'd pay her a visit. The only problem was she and the Colonel were pretty tight, and like I told you, I'd gotten the Colonel in some trouble not long before.
Get out!
You busy?
If it isn't Tex Murphy. Sold out any fellow PIs lately?
Well, now that you bring it up, how is the Colonel doing anyway?
We had a drink together a couple of nights ago. He said if I saw you, to be sure and tell you to go to hell.
You broke the law. You of all people should appreciate what I did.
Officially speaking, you should have turned the Colonel in. Off the record, I wouldn't trust you to walk my dog.
Okay, it's your loss. I've always been good with dogs. As a kid, I wanted to become a vet. Veterinarian?
I wish you had. Then we wouldn't be having this conversation. You know, the last thing I need is some pansy PI wasting my time.
Well, you know, I'd be willing to trade a nice shoulder rub for some information.
Give me one good reason why I should do any favors for you.
Okay. Because you're a good Christian woman and you live by the golden rule.
All right, Murphy. You're just lucky you caught me in a charitable mood. But be quick about it. 6 witnesses saw Linsky take the dive. Their stories matched up and they all checked out.
And they all ID'd Linsky.
Not exactly. None of them were close enough to make an absolutely positive ID, but they described his general appearance, build, and clothing. Body wasn't found for a couple of days. Wasn't in the best shape when we fished it out of the bay, but we were able to make an identification using the personal effects found on the body. Coroner said the cause of death was drowning, no other injuries, though there was a scar back here. Linsky probably had surgery done recently. That's all. We didn't follow it up since it had nothing to do with his suicide. Standard stuff. Wallet, keys, and a suicide note neatly sealed in a Ziploc bag. I'd let you see it, but it's logged in as evidence. The handwriting, incidentally, was a 100% match. I'm willing to help you out because you're just getting started in the business. But don't abuse the privilege. As next of kin, she was notified and came in to identify her father's body. Didn't take it too well. One of the uniforms had to drive her home. The Colonel seems to think you've got the potential to be a good PI, once you wake up to reality and get your priorities straight.
So you're saying you're not going to take my case?
Well, I don't want to take your money if I can't help you.
Fine. Leave.
I'm just being straight up, okay?
If you won't help me, I can do what I can on my own. It certainly won't be the first time.
I charge $400 a day plus expenses.
I have $1,000. If you can prove it wasn't suicide, I'll give you $10,000 later.
It's a deal. And you're gonna need to tell me everything you know so I can get started.
Oh, I will. Thank you, Tex.
Why don't you think your father would commit suicide?
He never would have considered it. He took good care of himself, and he often told me he was going to celebrate his 100th birthday by going skydiving.
Well, do you know anybody who'd want to see him dead?
No, no one. Everyone liked him. He was a kind man. I know the police confirmed that the note was in my father's handwriting, but it doesn't matter. I know it had to be a forgery. My father mentioned that he had had surgery performed, but he said it was minor and didn't say any more about it.
Detective Clement said you didn't pick up your father's personal effects.
I really don't remember much after they asked me to identify the body. An officer drove me home, and I haven't gone back.
Well, they won't release the personal effects to me, and I'm hoping I'll be able to go through them so I can see if there's any kind of lead.
When we're done, I'll go pick them up and meet you back here. She wasn't very friendly or helpful. I think she already made up her mind about my father's death. All I want to do is find out the truth about my father's death. I found a scrap of paper here with the address to your office written on it, no name. If my father didn't contact you, he must have gone to see someone else who works in your building. Before I came to see you, I checked the directory in the lobby, but didn't recognize any of the names.
After I finished talking to Sylvia, she gave me a spare key and said I was free to look around the house.
Oh, Sylvia was playing you like a kazoo.
Well, more like a game of trouble, as I began to realize when I started poking around Linsky's house. Linsky's taste in books ran the gamut from lackluster all the way to incomprehensible. I've always admired well-built chairs. Standard kitchenware. Standard kitchenware. There's always time for a new case. I wonder if this was for Linsky's personal use. If so, he may have had a little addiction. I've never been a fan of dominoes. I figured that time wasted playing dominoes could be time well spent playing a rousing game of Parcheesi. A light is flashing by the 4, the 9, and the 8. These three numbers are probably useful. blackjack and dominoes, and 21 horizontally, vertically, and diagonal. Maybe Linsky had some code number if the dominoes were placed in a special order of 21 in all directions. A light is flashing by the 4, the 9, and the 8. These three numbers are probably useful. Looks like something a flapper would languish on. Brand new cotton briefs. Larges, too. I wonder if I oughta... Nah. Shirts, pants, sweaters, nothing interesting. That's a nice sweater. Some t-shirts. Looks like a half-finished letter. It appears Carl Linsky was about to dump someone named Dolores. Junk mail, catalog. Something on professional letterhead. This could be interesting. So Linsky signed a book deal and wasn't delivering the goods. The question is, why? I wonder if Linsky's little black book could be green. Looks like Linsky bookmarked the address for Dolores Lightbody. It's a shame credenzas went out of style. I wish I had 2 or 3 for my office. The sheet looks remarkably like furniture. Oh, a bunch of neurology textbooks. Intriguing.
They're in my head. They're in my head. Get them out. Get them out. Get them out. They're in my head. Oh, get them out. Oh, get them out. I can't take it any longer. Get them out. Get them out.
What the hell was that all about? Nothing useful. Nothing useful. Looks like somebody was having fun with crayons. I wonder what Linsky did to this Blaine Werner person. Maybe he stole his tricycle. Old college research papers. Well, I bet no one thought to look up here for a pirate's chest. I'll need to find a little something before I can open this. Locked. Nothing useful. $20-year-old tax return. Fascinating. This could be worth looking at. Sylvia Linsky's credit report. Looks like money management isn't one of her strong points. Dolores Lightbody?
Yes, indeedy.
My name's Tex Murphy. I'm a private investigator. I'm looking into the death of Carl Linsky.
Oh, well, do come in.
Thank you.
You are very, very welcome. Well, this is certainly exciting. A real live PI. I love detective novels, you know.
Is that right?
I guess I've always had a certain fascination with private dicks.
Well, I'm afraid that real PIs like myself, we're nothing like the ones in the novel. We're actually very, very boring.
I don't believe that for a second. I'll bet if you found the right partner to do some undercover work with, you would liven right up.
Tempting thought. But, I'm just too much of a lone wolf, I guess.
The best ones usually are.
Well, as I'm sure you must know, Dolores, I'm going to need to ask you a few questions.
What if I refuse to cooperate? Will you interrogate me under a bare bulb?
Well, I'm afraid, out of respect to the recently departed, I'm going to have to ignore that little bit of innuendo.
Well, all right. Where to begin? Where to begin? It was about 3 months, 11 days ago on a foggy night when Carl and I first met. Naturally, it was love at first sight.
Interesting. Had you and Carl been drinking heavily that night?
Actually, Carl came to have me draw up his will. That's what I do for a living.
A will, huh? Could be a motive. Sylvia Linsky doesn't exactly think her father committed suicide.
Surely you don't mean murder.
Let's just say the police didn't find any trace of banana peel up there on that bridge. Now, I've got a few more questions for you if you don't mind.
Oh, well, I'd do anything to help. I think you know that. I loved Carl desperately. We were very happy together. I can't for the life of me imagine why he did what he did. I'm afraid Carl's estate consisted of his home and his speeder and not much more. I'm afraid Carl wasn't very good with money. He stipulated in his will that everything be divided between his daughter Sylvia and the North Hill Clinic. Of course, the real money trollop Sylvia will get will be from his life insurance policy. That was Carl's way of making amends to Sylvia. And I'm sure it's the only reason Sylvia has you investigating her father's death. Carl worked there for years. It's a very exclusive medical facility, you know. I've been in touch with the director, Arnold Sternwood. He's an extremely attractive man, but also very busy. If you'd like to see him, I can try to arrange an appointment with him. I'll call you and let you know. Then you'll have to owe me a favor. I'm unfamiliar with that name. I don't play very well myself, but Carl did. He said that life itself is a chess match. Me? Oh, I'm still in shock, as you must imagine. It'll be weeks, maybe months before I'm able to love again. This note is clearly a forgery. I will not dignify it with a response. Carl loved to play games. Many a romantic evening, we'd while away the hours playing dominoes or backgammon. Carl also loved to play chess. Carl received regular packages from them, vitamin supplements, I suppose. Carl was very health conscious. He often said he wanted to live forever. I can't really help you there. Carl's wife left soon after Sylvia was born. Oh, Carl did the best that he could, but he never felt that he'd done a very good job raising Sylvia, and she never appreciated her father. She left home when she was very young and went into some unsavory kind of work, escorting or something like that. Carl's heart was nearly broken. They hadn't been close in years. It's too soon, Tex. Allow me to grieve first, and then we'll see what grows between us.
So that was my introduction to Dolores Lightbody.
Oh, the way she talked about Carl, it sounds like she was living in denial.
Actually, it was Sausalito. But she did have a way of looking at things through steamed-up glasses. And she also had some valid concerns about my client, which I brought up with Sylvia later that day.
Here are the things from the police. There wasn't much. His wallet, a set of keys, 2 go to the house, 1 to the speeder. The other 2, I don't know what they go to. They also gave me a copy of his suicide note.
I'll check them out. I've got a few things I need to run by you. I went out and I talked with Dolores Lightbody today. Apparently you two aren't exactly soul sisters.
She is hideous. I don't know what kind of black magic she used on my father, but I can't think of any other explanation.
Dolores told me about the will. Apparently you're the beneficiary.
Why are you treating me like I'm a suspect? For your information, if I sold the house and the speeder and added it to the cash, I might be able to pay off my father's debt. I'm not going to benefit from this will.
Except, of course, the $1 million life insurance policy.
I'm not going to get a cent of that. I'm surprised you're even asking me about that. You know, life insurance policies don't pay off in cases of suicide.
And that's why you retain my services.
Well, you can think that if you want. But I don't have to stick around here and be insulted by the hired help.
Ouch.
Yeah, I'd violated PI Rule 17. Never upset a client. She was right. I was the hired help, so I went back to work. The manila envelope Sylvie had given me turned out to have some pretty useful items in it. Blackjack and dominoes, and 21 horizontally, vertically, and diagonal. The pain is unbearable. If Linsky really wrote this, I'd like to find out exactly what he's referring to. Well, what do we have here? Appears to be a rental agreement. From the looks of this, Linsky had a secret special place that he didn't want anyone to know about. Linsky's secret workshop was out by the spaceport in an old warehouse. The key from the manila envelope fit the lock and I stepped inside.
Was anyone there?
No, and I doubt anyone had been there since Linsky. The place didn't appear to have been searched, judging by all the interesting things I found. Judging by the lack of dust on the box, I'd say it was opened fairly recently. Looks like a package of electrical doohickeys. The circuit conductor kit could come in handy if I ever need to repair a circuit grid. Hey, there's a first time for everything. I'm fairly certain these barrels should stay nice and closed. There's no key in the ignition. Even if there was, who cares? I have a speeder. Now, I'm no brain surgeon, but if I were, all these books might make sense. Linsky was obviously doing some heavy-duty research in this place. This blanket's a pretty color. Great. Nothing special. Nothing special. Great. Nothing special. Either Linsky lost track of time in a big way, or this was just his favorite month. The word safe is a misnomer whenever I'm on the job. Well, that won't work. A light is flashing by the 4, the 9, and the 8. These three numbers are probably useful. Several items are inside the safe. The colonel told me this book was for idiots. That's a passcard reader. You attach it to a computer, then use a passcard on it. Well, this is a life insurance policy taken out by Carl Linsky. And the sole beneficiary is Sylvia Linsky. Sylvia Linsky's credit report. Nothing special. Elade. Nothing makes a boo-boo feel better. These cut-up pieces resemble a rectangular security card, but it looks like a piece is missing. I'm assuming Linsky did that on purpose. A handwritten fax. Methinks I smell a lead. Well, this fax raises a few questions. First, who's SF? Second, was he working for Linsky? And third, what was he doing? Sounds like he just might have been canceling some people's subscriptions to Life. Your file cabinet. A printout with a few notes added in Linsky's handwriting. I'm willing to bet this project of Linsky's figures prominently into the case, not to mention whoever this Overlord character is. I'll bet this computer is important, but it's got a security protect feature. I'll need to attach a passcard reader and use a security card with it before top quality drafting table. Nothing in here. I need to get a water cooler like this for my office. Maybe someday. Corkboard covered with dribble. Curious place to hide a note. Linsky didn't strike me as the sort of guy who'd use random profanity, no matter how mild. This may be a message or a code. This crate feels totally empty. The letter looks like it could be interesting. Well, this letter was written almost a year ago, and I'm guessing Linsky wasn't too happy to get it. If I can track down this Wanda Peck, maybe she can explain the context of the letter.
It sounds like you didn't find too many answers in Linsky's warehouse.
No, just more questions. As I headed home for the night, one theory after another pounded in my head. If Linsky killed himself, what was the reason? Because he was in debt? His apparent health problem, whatever that was? Something to do with Sylvia? Or if Linsky was murdered, who was behind it? Dolores, because she knew Linsky was going to dump her? Sylvia to get the insurance money? Or was it someone else with a motive I hadn't even discovered yet?
I'm busy, Murphy. Make it quick. I don't know the name. I don't have a lot of time to waste, Murphy. I haven't got any information on that. Never heard of it.
Oh, look who it is. Oh, look who it is. Tex Murphy, handsome PI on the case from hell. I bet you've solved this damn mystery by now, haven't you?
Oh, it'll take a few minutes.
And here I am, Sylvia Linsky, the bereaved client whose daddy took a dive into the San Francisco Bay. It sounds interesting, doesn't it?
Sounds like you've had too much to drink.
Don't tell me I've had too much to drink. I have plenty to drink about, more than you know.
That's just the grief, Tom.
What do you know about grief? Huh? Is your daddy dead? Did your mama walk out on you before you could even pronounce your own name? Huh? I didn't think so. You know what it's like to be absolutely alone? That's what I am now, alone. I don't have anybody now.
Sylvia, I'm really sorry.
Don't pity me. I don't need you. I don't need anybody. Go away.
What you don't need is any more of this. What you do need is some Betty
Pie. Mr. Murphy, I'm surprised at you taking advantage of a woman who's had too much to drink.
Not tonight, Sylvia. I require my victims to be at least sober enough to sign a waiver. You passed that point a long time ago.
Don't you like me, Tex?
I like you. That's why I put you to bed. Now I'm gonna leave.
You're no fun. Not one bit.
Good night, Sylvia.
Good night. I like you too, Tex.
You're not gonna like anything in the morning.
You know, when we first met, it wasn't all that different from your night with Sylvia. But of course, you were the one that was sloppy drunk.
What? You talking about the Bastille Day celebration at the Bruin Stew? I wasn't that drunk.
Oh, no, we met before Louis' party. Don't you remember? Come on, sweetie.
Oh, I do remember something, but I thought that was a dream. It's all kind of fuzzy.
Okay, buddy. Come on. Time to go home.
Louie.
No.
Louie, one more.
Hey, let's get going, bud. Come on. It's morning. You've got places to go. I've got... Oh, come on, guy. Get out of here. Look at what you've done to my stand.
I can get those.
No, I don't need your
Let me
help.
help you with that because
Get your hands off me, you pervert! Yeah, I guess that wasn't a very promising start.
Now I know why I don't remember. You punched me. I mean, my jaw hurt for a week and I never did figure out why. Well, it was kind of a down period in my life.
Well, things have gotten better. Haven't they?
Yeah.
Oh, but I'm dying to find out how you went from the starch-pressed young PI to a puddle of drool. Let's hear some more about your story.
Well, you're making it sound so glamorous.
What did you do after you left Sylvia?
Well, the next morning, Dolores Lightbody contacted me. She had got an appointment with Arnold Sternwood out at the North Hill Clinic. And I went out to see him.
Mr. Murphy, this won't take long, will it? I have an extremely full docket.
Well, I suppose just this one time we can forego the background check and hobby questionnaire.
So, what can I do for you?
Okay, well, that's enough small talk. Now, did you or did you not have anything to do with the murder of Carl Linsky?
It's my understanding Carl's death has been ruled as suicide. I don't know what else to tell you. Is there anything else?
Well, I've always been fascinated by any kind of medical facility. Could you tell me about North Hill?
We offer every type of quality health care and are rated among the 10 best hospitals in the world.
So can you tell me what Carl Linsky did around here, using words I can understand?
When he was younger, he was one of the very best neurosurgeons. Do you know what that means? For the past few years, he worked mostly in research. Now, I don't mean to be unaccommodating, Mr. Murphy, but I really do have urgent matters to attend to.
Look, sorry, can I just have a couple of minutes?
Carl worked here for 26 years. Over the past few years, his age forced him to give up surgery in favor of research. We were friends, though not extremely close. I was sorry to learn of his premature death. Miss Peck works for Capricorn. While I respect her professionalism and the ideas of the organization for which she works, I don't look back on our brief association with any fondness. About a year ago, Capricorn came to us, to Carl Linsky specifically, with allegations of unethical research practices. The charges were completely without merit. But Carl decided to take a voluntary leave of absence, and Capricorn decided to not pursue the investigation. I can't give you any details regarding that. I've never heard of it. I can't give you any details regarding that. I assure you, Mr. Murphy, I had no part in the death of Carl Linsky. I've never heard of it. I consider it an honor to work here in light of the clinic's well-deserved reputation. Until Ms. Lightbody contacted me, I was unaware that Carl had made North Hill a beneficiary in his will. Warner worked for us as an intern. He was fired as a result of his unprofessional behavior. I have no idea where he is now. I've been known to play chess on occasion, in those rare moments when I have time for leisure. I believe she was Carl's fiancée, as well as the executor of his will. I didn't know her prior to Carl's death. I can't give you any details regarding that. That company supplies us with many technologically advanced medications, including what you might call anti-aging drugs. They're very much on the cutting edge in their field. Carl gave me no indication of being suicidal. Of course, I hadn't seen him in over 2 months. That young woman is trouble. I won't burden you with details. Suffice it to say that she has a way with older men and knows how to get what she wants. I don't want to seem rude, but I really do have many pressing engagements. Let's stick to business, shall we?
Tex, let me apologize for last night. The things I said were 10% depression and 90% alcohol. Hopefully there's something I can do to make it up to you. If there's anything else you need, just ask. My father had some kind of run-in with them a while ago, but he didn't give me any details. I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about it. So, you found the policy. Well, not that it's going to do me any good, but who knows? Maybe things will work out. He runs North Hill Clinic. I don't know him very well, but I've seen him around. I'll admit, I could use the insurance money, but I doubt I'll ever get it. That's where my father worked. He was highly respected in his profession. As I said, my father's will is more trouble than it's worth. My father loved chess. He used to say I'd be a good player, but I've never been interested in it. She's a hideous woman. If she weren't handling my father's will, I would have nothing to do with her. If my father was planning on dumping Dolores, it wouldn't be a surprise. I never understood what he saw in her in the first place. Doesn't sound familiar.
I dealt with Capricorn in one of my later cases, but this was the first time in the Capricorn building. I mean, the exterior was impressive, but what I saw inside was dynamite.
Some woman, I'd guess. Well, from your choice of metaphors, I don't think I'm going to like this part of the story very much.
Wanda Peck. How may I help you, Mr. Murphy?
Weren't you in the Miss Universe pageant last year?
Yes. I was working undercover, investigating allegations of bra stuffing.
Well, that's good work if you can get it. So, will you marry me? I'm being deadly serious here.
I'm sorry, but I'm married to my work. But I'll take your offer as a compliment.
You should. You know, the way you look, it's making me woozy.
Looks are only skin deep.
Funny. That's what my ex-girlfriend used to say.
I'm sure that's quite a story, but let's save it for later. How can I help you?
I'm looking into the suicide of a man who you investigated at the North Hill Clinic.
I read about Linsky's death. I was sad about it. But why do you want to talk to me? Take a seat.
Frankly, leads in this case have been harder to find than a good Pauly Shore movie.
I get the feeling you're not convinced that Linsky's death was a suicide. If that's the case, I would be happy to help you in your investigation. About a year ago, we were told that Mr. Linsky was conducting unethical practices on comatose and terminally ill patients at North Hill Clinic. I looked into the matter, but was unable to prove anything. Mr. Linsky voluntarily took a leave of absence, saying he had other projects to pursue, so we decided to drop the investigation. Capricorn's primary mission is to identify, then infiltrate organizations suspected of practicing extreme discrimination. These include everything from UFO cults to hate groups to unethical research scientists. I keep hearing the word overlord, especially linked to the Law and Order Party. I don't know if it's a person, place, or thing, but it seems to represent a lot of power. I don't have any information on that. As the director of the clinic, he was understandably eager to avoid any scandal and was very helpful throughout our investigation of Carl Linsky. As you probably know, the clinic has an outstanding reputation. We were surprised when the allegations against Carl Linsky came up. I play occasionally, but I like my sports a little more physical. I haven't the faintest idea what that is. Don't recognize it. Can't help you there. I would prefer to keep our relationship strictly professional if you don't mind, but perhaps we can help each other out. We're putting a lot of our resources into investigating law and order. Their legal people make sure they don't cross the line publicly, but their ideology is pretty frightening to anyone with any intelligence or belief in human rights.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Law and Order Party has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Capricorn has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Overlord. What other topic? A search for information on SF. What other? A search for information on North Hill Clinic. What other? A search for information on chess. What other topic would you? A search for information on De Leon Health Services has what other topic? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye.
I don't meddle in politics, but I like most of what I've heard from the Law and Order Party. It's about time government did something to clean up the streets and get rid of all the illegals. I've heard of it, but I don't have any privileged information about it.
I knew you'd be back. I just never dreamed it would be so soon.
Well, the last time I was here, you were a big help, and I do mean that literally.
I'll do anything to help. Anything. Well, they're a bit too right-wing for me, but I do agree with many of their policies. Oh, and they have the most handsome and attractive gubernatorial candidate. That's some sort of spy organization. Carl didn't think too fondly of it for some reason. Oh, I wish I could be of more help. I seem to remember Carl mentioning somebody with those initials. It was Sonny. Sonny something or other. Sonny Fletcher. Yes, I'm certain that it was Sonny Fletcher. I think he was a PI, like you. Although I doubt he was as handsome. I don't know what he was doing for Carl.
topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Sonny Fletcher has been initiated. What other topic? Thank you for using the American.
Older guy. He's a PI like you, or used to be. He has a little problem with the bottle. Okay, look. Fletcher's had a few DUIs. He's a friend of the Colonel's, and as a favor, we didn't make him do any time. If you can keep that to yourself, I'll call Fletcher's parole officer and let you know where you can find Sonny.
The address Detective Clements got from Sonny Fletcher's parole officer turned out to be a filthy, vermin-infested motel. It was a dump, and it smelled like a porta potty at a chili cook-off.
Okay, I get the point.
Sorry. I just couldn't imagine why Carl Linsky would hire a detective who lived in a place like that.
What do you want?
Hi, yeah, I'm on a scavenger hunt. I'm looking for a spool of thread, a shoehorn, and the answer to a question. Why did Carl Linsky throw himself off the Golden Gate Bridge?
What makes you think I know Carl Linsky?
That's up to you, Sonny. I mean, I can invite Linsky's girlfriend and your parole officer over for a game of truth or dare. You can just humor me right now.
Let me tell you something. With that attitude of yours, I can tell that you just received your PI license, didn't you?
Well, that's what I tell all the chicks. My name's Murphy.
All right. Come in, Murphy. I'll talk to you. Mi casa es tu casa.
Thanks.
Close the door.
Nice place.
Yeah. My travel agent got it for me.
I'd get a new travel agent. Is this your permanent residence?
It just might be. Why?
It's just... It's like you're hiding out from bill collectors or something.
I guess you could say that. Come on! What do you want from me, huh?
I understand Carl Linsky had hired you. At least, before he died.
I had nothing to do with Carl Linsky buying the farm. Bible truth.
The Bible says the truth will set you free.
Oh.
What were you working on with Linsky?
Okay, I guess I can tell you now. It doesn't matter. He wanted me to find some people for him.
Why?
I don't know. Man gives me a list of names and I go to work, okay?
If you don't mind me saying, why would Linsky hire you? You don't look like you're in much condition to be working.
That's low. I haven't had a drink in almost 2 years! Until last week!
I guess you're pretty thirsty by then.
You're funny, man! You're so funny.
Jeez. What are you working on with Linsky?
Look, I just tracked down 2 people, all right? There was a Val Davis and a Rona Morgan. Didn't take me any time. I found out where they were. They were in the ground, and they hadn't been there too long.
Is that when you dropped the case?
Yeah, around there. Look, I prefer not to talk about this anymore, okay?
Okay.
Gracias.
If you could just give me some more information about the names on the list.
I can't remember.
Come on, don't hold out on me. You want a bribe or something? You know that's illegal.
I can't remember. Bible's truth.
Okay, I'm gonna give it to you straight. I'm working on Linsky's suicide, and I just need some information, a clue or a lead, something to keep the thing going.
Wait a minute. All right. Tell me to hang on to it, a bee's hop, in case anything happened to it.
Just a bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else?
Just a warning. You better get off this case right now. Judgment Day is looking for me, and it could look for you too. You better get out, amigo.
I'll keep your warning in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we'll see each other around.
Yeah, maybe. Hey.
I'll shut the door. What's this? 2 pieces for the price of 1. Linsky didn't strike me as the sort of guy who'd use... Pass card E. Well, if they use the same alphabet I do, that means there are at least 5 of these cards floating around. Maybe more. Linsky didn't strike me as the sort of guy who'd use random profanity, no matter how mild. This may be a... The Fresno address was in the heart of the hot zone, in what might have been a strip mall, at least before the bombs fell. It seemed pretty obvious the place was a front, a red herring meant to throw off any passing bloodhounds. But I'd made the trip, so I decided to check it out. Looks like there were a few packing boxes left over from the move. Electric bill. I wonder how old this thing is. Looks like mail's still being delivered to this address. Someone left their day planner behind. I like seeing what exciting things other people get to do. There are 3 different appointments. Dinner on Monday in San Francisco at 6 p.m. Lunch on Tuesday in Paris at 2 p.m. Breakfast in Sydney on Thursday at 9 a.m. I hope this person can keep track of time zones. And what's this note about 3 sets of 3? Must be important. Looks like there were a few packing boxes left over from the move. It's a map of the world with 3 different time zones highlighted. Looks like there were a few packing boxes left over from the move. Now, why would they leave a perfectly good bookcase behind? Looks like there were a few packing boxes left over. A photograph. A photo of Carl Linsky is about the last thing I'd expect to find in a safe in an abandoned office in the middle of a hot zone. Something tells me I need to find out who the other guy in the photo is.
I haven't got any information on that. Never heard of him. She was a professor at USF. Died in a speeder wreck a couple of weeks ago. I guess you're gonna tell me it wasn't an accident, right? You've got quite an imagination. She was some sort of research scientist. Her family had us investigate her death, but we didn't find any evidence to indicate that it was anything but accidental poisoning.
If you found out anything else, I'll be glad to tell you what I know about it. This photo wasn't taken too long ago. That's John Klaus with my father. John Klaus was an old friend of my father's. The last time I saw him, I was quite a bit younger. I didn't know most of my father's associates.
Listen, Mr. Murphy, I've been cooperative, and I've answered all your questions already. I'm under no obligation to help you any further.
You got me. You are a very stylish man. Did you know that? And I just came by to check out your ensemble. That is a very nice suit.
If we wanted a comedian around, I would hire one. Why are you here this time? This photo appears to have been taken recently. The other man is John Klaus. John Klaus worked here before I became director. He was the top surgeon and left North Hill for a distinguished position at San Francisco General. I believe he may have performed Carl Linsky's surgery. The name is unfamiliar. I don't know who that is. The name is unfamiliar. I am sympathetic to the Law and Order Party platform, though I'm not a registered member of the Law and Order Party itself.
So, how is your investigation progressing?
I found out some things that might interest you.
I thought you might. You seem a resourceful and persistent fellow. Carl Linsky and John Klaus together. This is extremely interesting. Do you mind if I have this photo examined? I'd like to find out exactly when and where it was taken. I'll let you know if I find anything out, okay? Klaus is a scary man. He has a lot of pull in the Law and Order Party. I think he'd run for office if he could, but he doesn't have the image for it. Instead, he sits behind the curtain and pulls the strings. Haven't heard of him. Can't help you there. Never heard that name before?
When I returned to Sonny's motel room, he wasn't there, but he'd left a letter for me taped to the door. I guess this is the way in, but... Wooden box. Looks like a brick with an Anasazi figure drawn on it. An old guidebook. Maybe this will help me find my way around here. Whoa, that snake doesn't look very friendly. And it doesn't look like it's gonna move away from that brick anytime soon. Maybe I can bait it into moving. Well, that won't work. Looks like a pile of good-sized sticks. Well, that's not gonna work. That doesn't seem to do anything. Well, that won't work. Ceremonial chamber. One of the earliest forms of nightclubs known to man. Ceremonial chamber. One of the earliest forms of nightclubs known to man. Nothing puts a smile on my face like a little pot. Looks like a brick with an Well, this looks suspiciously like a primitive fishing pole. Yet another... Interior decorating, Anasazi style. Now there's no apparent way to open this door. Maybe it's connected somehow to that weird thing on the other wall. Interior decorating, Anasazi style. This door doesn't open. I'll have to find another way in. Well, I'm no expert on Anasazi culture, but it looks to me like I'll have to line up the red dots on the cogs to the corresponding red marks on the wall. Interior decorating, Anasazi style. Well, I'm pretty sure I've got all the bricks I need. This thing has 8 rows on each side. Maybe if I insert the bricks so there's only one in each horizontal... The holes in the wall were the same size as the bricks I'd found with the Anasazi drawings on them. It seemed likely that I'd have to insert the bricks into the correct openings. Then I assumed something really cool would happen. Something big just moved around here. Leather strips. This must have been the local jerky hut. These poles seem to be doing a good job. There are more structures over there. Looks as though a natural bridge spanned this at one time, but it's long gone. I guess I need to find another way across, but how?
Oh my goodness, that was like, whew! My heart skipped a beat right there. I was like, Tex, don't fall now. Don't die. Okay, so we are in this very interesting place. It looks like we're maybe at an underground facility. Yeah. A lot of twists and turns going on. Hope you guys are enjoying. Let's continue and see where this takes us.
These glasses don't seem to have been here very long. I wonder if they could be Bosworth Clark's. Something tells me this is a bad omen. That must be another way out of here. A pocket watch. Doesn't appear to have been wound recently. Interior decorating, Anasazi style. One thin dime. What I could use right now is a lucky penny, but this'll just have to do. Rare Anasazi light fixtures. Now whatever's behind this panel must control the door. Looks like someone was messing around with this. One of the wire connections is broken. I'll need to find something to repair it with. I'll have to try something else first. As I entered Clark's lab, something caught my eye.
What was it?
It was blood. It was all over the floor. Probably walked into the middle of a murder scene, and the question was, where was Bosworth Clark? If this is Bosworth Clark's blood, I doubt I'll find him, alive at any rate. But maybe I can at least find out what happened to him. This chair seems out of place. I'll never figure out how to get this thing working. I've had a hard enough time operating anything more high-tech than I could never figure out how to get this thing working. Plenty of chairs. I wonder if Clark was working alone. Something tells me if these display monitors were on, I might find out what Bosworth Clark was working on. Must be a satellite monitoring system. I wonder what the satellites are for, and more importantly, what in the world do they have to do with what Linsky was working on? This monitor appears to be a satellite monitoring system. It appears to be hooked up to an external camera. If this is Bosworth Clark's blood, I doubt I'll find him, alive at any rate. Satellite monitoring system. It appears to be hooked up to an external camera. I can't tell if this is a map or a long-range camera display. I've always enjoyed working with models, but I prefer the kind with two legs. The computer looks like it should work, but it's got a weird keypad on it. Looks like I have to press these buttons in a certain sequence to open the storage cabinet. Each button has a unique tone. Maybe there's a reference to the sequence somewhere in here. Must be a satellite monitoring system. I wonder what the satellites are for, and more importantly, what in the world do they have to do with what Linsky was working on? Clark must really have a thing for satellites. Someone must have gone through this place. Luckily, there wasn't much to mess up. I thought my having a cot would be unique, but apparently not. Now this must be the smoking section. Calendar doesn't tell me too much. Clark's taste in posters is banal at best. This cabinet's one of the only places to store things in here. There's to be a pass card reader. Probably need to use it to get computer access. Pass card reader's hooked up. Now I'll need to scan the pass card. Nothing unusual about the table. There's to be a pass card reader. Probably need to use it to get computer access. Well, that's not gonna work. Looks like an authentic smoke alarm, but I've been wrong before. Well, this smoke alarm wasn't designed to detect smoke. With any luck, the little camera inside detected something even more interesting. That doesn't seem to do anything. Well, that won't work. Video disc player. This must have been Clark's only entertainment out here in the middle of nowhere.
Bosworth?
Oh, yes, yes.
Bosworth Clark?
Yes. What is this?
We're going to play a little game.
Oh,
1 in 6 chances. Lucky boy. One more time.
No, don't.
Well, I think we know what happened to Mr. Clark.
The computer looks like it should... Pass card G. Bosworth Clark obviously didn't want to lose this. I'll bet I can find the password somewhere in here. I thought I'd stop by and see whether you'd finished your examination of that photograph of Linsky.
We did, but we only found one thing of any interest. Both Klaus and Linsky were wearing ID badges with the STG logo on them. Does that mean anything to you?
No, not yet. You got a couple of minutes, I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
Sure. I've heard only one reference to STG. It was in a letter sent to me anonymously about a month ago. The letter was sent by someone calling him or herself the Poisoned Pawn. I would have figured it was written by some psychopath, but there was enough verifiable information to make me take it seriously. The letter said that there was a project called STG, which was in the process of being swallowed up by Law and Order. The letter advised us to check out John Klaus, STG, and Law and Order's connection to it. I have no idea who it is. We examined the letter for clues to the author's identity, but came up dry. He or she did say that we could contact them through someone named Jorge Valdez. There are a handful of Jorge Valdezes in the area, and I'm sure there are some that aren't listed. I've checked out the ones I could find, but none of them appeared to be the one I was looking for.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on Gideon Enterprises has been initiated. What other topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information Database. Goodbye. What topic would you like us to research? Thank you for using the American Information.
Sonny's not in his room. Probably around. I found out some things that might interest you.
I thought you might. You seem a resourceful and persistent fellow. Gideon Enterprises had a little shake-up recently. The chairman of the board, Frank Shimming, pulled a coup on Jason Gideon, who's now practically out of a job. It was all legal, but underhanded. Gideon helped us design some of our most valuable and top-secret surveillance equipment. We even invited him to join our organization, but he said that he was too old for the cloak and dagger business. Rumors have circulated that Shimming is connected to the Law and Order Party. If that's the case, we're gonna have a hard time doing anything to stop them. Gideon Enterprises has more money and power than it knows what to do with. They would make an imposing enemy.
I know he's a billionaire and runs Gideon Enterprises. That's about it. I don't have a lot of time.
What topic would you like us to research? A search for information on J. St. Gideon has been initiated. What other topic would you like? A search for information on Frank Shimming. What other topic? Thank you for using the
Yes?
Mr. Shimming, my name's Murphy. I'd like to ask you a few questions about STG.
Is this an official investigation?
Well, I guess you could call it that. I mean, officially, I'm a PI. I have a diploma in everything.
Well, I always thought PI stood for pathetic individual. Goodbye, Mr. Murphy. I thought you might have picked up on the fact that I didn't want to talk to you, Mr. Murphy.
Oh, I did. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Wanda Peck gave me this number.
So, you're with Capricorn. I thought you people had gotten tired of pestering me.
We know you're a very busy man. A few quick questions and I'll let you get back to ruling the world.
What is it you want this time? No one by the name of Carl Linsky has ever been on Gideon Enterprises' payroll. Mr. Gideon founded this corporation and brought it to prominence. And he did this despite mediocre business skills, which have diminished along with his general mental state over the past several years. He became obsessed with pet projects and was leading the company in a counterproductive direction. And for that reason, the board of directors saw fit to limit his authority in business matters.
So what does Mr. Gideon think about all of this?
Why don't you ask him yourself? I'm sure he'd appreciate a visit from someone other than nurses and wheelchair repairmen. I'll let you know where to find him. Professionally, I strive to do what the board of directors pays me to do. Run this corporation as effectively and profitably as possible. My personal life is none of your business. We are the world's foremost innovator and implementer of security surveillance systems. We are also the parent company for dozens of smaller firms, ranging from computer chip makers to research facilities. I don't know who that is. Totally unfamiliar. I have nothing of any importance to say about that. I know John Klaus, but only socially. I'll have to take your word that the other man is Carl Linsky. I've never seen him before in my life. We have many small subsidiary companies. If I remember correctly, STG was research-based and probably more of a write-off than anything. I know it is no longer in existence and was unimportant, to say the least. Now, this questioning is getting tiresome. Get to the point if you have one. I don't know who that is. The name is completely foreign to me. Ms. Morgan was a top engineering consultant for Gideon Enterprises for many years. She left and started her own company several years ago and was doing quite well last time I heard. My political beliefs are my own, and I make a point of not allowing them to interfere at any time with my business dealings. I respect the work Capricorn does, which is the only reason I'm talking to you now. To my knowledge, Gideon Enterprises has done nothing to warrant a Capricorn investigation. Now, this questioning is getting tiresome. Get to the point if you have one. North Hill Clinic's security system was installed by our corporation. That is the extent of my dealings with the clinic. Chess was and is a common motif in Gideon Enterprises, owing to Mr. Gideon's avid interest in the game. I have no interest in it myself. I haven't heard of it. Totally unfamiliar. I don't know who that is. I have no opinion of you whatsoever, Mr. Murphy.
You actually met Jason Gideon in person?
Yeah. Want my autograph?
Well, what was he like? What about the mansion? Oh, I heard it was spectacular.
A little garish for my taste, but nice. Now, the mansion, on the other hand...
Very funny.
Little flat you've got here.
You must find it ostentatious. I bet I do as well. It's certainly too much home for only one person.
You don't live here alone, do you?
I'm afraid so. My fortune has provided me with a fully automated, self-sufficient existence. I suppose my disability has given me an aversion to reliance on others. I want for nothing. Except perhaps human companionship, and that only after my somewhat forced semi-retirement.
Well, don't you worry about your safety. I mean, given your condition.
Gideon Enterprises defines state-of-the-art with regard to security systems. I'm surrounded, perhaps imprisoned, by the very finest electronic moat. No, I don't worry about my safety, though I thank you for your concern. Now, to what do I owe this welcome visit?
I'm investigating the death of Carl Linsky. He was an employee in your corporation.
Oh, no. Gideon Enterprises is no longer mine, I'm afraid. I'm sure that Frank Shimming would be a better source of information than I.
I already talked with Frank Shimming. He was about as helpful as a DMV employee in the middle of his 2-week notice.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I won't mince words. I don't like Shimming. My complete trust in him was repaid with his exploiting my lack of management acumen, then usurping my position as head of Gideon.
But you're still president of the corporation.
Oh, yes. I have no more real authority to run my company than the King of England has to run his country. I'm merely a figurehead, nothing more.
Why don't you just sack him, as the English say?
Even if I could, what would be the point, huh? My time is past. I'm as outdated as this antique. Such is the cutthroat nature of business. Though I dare say the world itself has become nothing more than a business run by a select few.
I'm not sure I agree, Mr. Gideon. I think there are a lot of people out there who want to make the world a better place.
Oh? And you, my fine friend, how do you intend to make the world a better place?
I don't know. Keep an open mind, respect others, buy Girl Scout cookies.
You think this will make a difference?
I think if enough people care, it just might catch on.
Ah, yes. Oh, yes. I used to think like you at one time. But idealism costs nothing, and I lived on it for many years. But its taste is bittersweet. It's in large part the reason why I can no longer walk. You'd like to hear what happened, wouldn't you?
I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable.
Oh, I've been in this damn cage for more years than I care to remember. I've had to grow accustomed to it. It was 2013. I was in Geneva to attend a covert meeting of UN operatives. There were 14 of us, and at least one was a traitor, armed with an explosive device. I was the only survivor.
Did you ever find out who it was?
No. It could have been any one of a score of countries or organizations. Well, I don't suppose it matters anymore. It was the beginning of the end. There are no heroes anymore, only villains of varying degrees.
What about Capricorn? You support what they do, don't you?
Oh, Capricorn does what they do, but they're merely fighting the good fight. Oh, greed and corruption have the upper hand. When I was younger, I sincerely believed we could achieve a semblance of global order and harmony. That was only the foolish dream of a youthful idealist. Once I was crippled, I was no longer of use. No, I was turned loose into the world. A cruel and deadly steeplechase where survival was a matter of social Darwinism. I was lost. I believed that my handicap had denied me my destiny. Years and Years passed before I realized that I still had much to offer. With little more than a plan, I laid the foundations of Gideon Enterprises. Among the mutant population, I found other social misfits whose skills and talents had been overshadowed by their physical abnormalities. Oh, those were difficult times. We were openly ridiculed. Finding investors and financing was an often humiliating series of rejections. How could someone like myself, a cripple, ever hope to accomplish such a venture? But eventually, we did succeed, becoming the wealthiest and most powerful corporation of its type in the world. I had recaptured the idealism of my youth, the belief that through sacrifice, commitment, and hard work, anything was possible. But then it happened again. In the blink of an eye, all those years of investment and careful nurturing were torn from me by thieves and liars masquerading as board members and stockholders. And now, towering over them all is Frank Shimming. His disregard for integrity is matched only by his worship of dividends and profit margins. So nothing has happened. I have come full circle. And once again, I'm unwanted, unneeded, and facing a purposeless existence. So you listen to me. If you insist in striding through life, arms laden with hope, you will only meet with one devastating disappointment after another. Oh, please forgive me, Mr. Murphy. You must be a very busy man. I must apologize for monopolizing your time with my ramblings.
I don't mind.
Oh, it's good of you to indulge me. It's just that I receive so few visitors these days. But we must return to your investigation. Please, tell me what I can do to assist you.
Well, I must say that was a wonderful monologue. This man is very talented, and I absolutely enjoy his character. He kind of reminds me of that. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna feel so silly. I don't remember the name. If you guys know X-Men, you know the guy in the wheelchair, the bald man. He kind of reminds me of him slightly. What's his name? Dr. Xavier or something like that? It'll come to me. You guys know who it is. But yes, I'm enjoying this. So let's ask him some questions and see what information he can give us.
I only know, I should say knew, him by reputation. He was an outstanding neurologist in his time. I read about his suicide in the newspapers. I don't want you to pity me, Mr. Murphy. I have enough creature comforts to make life worth living. I'd rather talk about something more pleasant. Suffice to say that Mr. Shimming will not be receiving a Christmas card from me this year. I feel like a parent whose child has left the nest. I created Gideon Enterprises, nursed it, and raised it to adulthood. And now it's left me with an empty home and too many hours in the day. Mr. Valdez runs a chess shop called the Rank and File in the old city. We play quite often over the Ethernet. Yes, he's one of the few worthy opponents I've found. In chess terminology, a poisoned pawn is the bait in a trap. Whoever is going by that name probably considers him or herself a sacrificial lamb, so to speak. I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. This is Carl Linsky? Well, I only knew him by name, and I don't recognize the other man. I know nothing about that. I wish I could be of more assistance. No, I'm unfamiliar with the name. I am unacquainted with her. Rona Morgan was a beautiful, intelligent woman trapped in a deformed shell. She joined our engineering team early on and soon proved her immense value. She went into business for herself some time ago, with my blessing. The Law and Order Party is merely a Machiavellian byproduct of our society's decay. Their goals are not altogether unworthy, but those ends do not justify their means. But unfortunately, they've struck a chord with the public. And with an appealing candidate like Robert Knott, they will surely gain a great deal of power. I sometimes feel that Capricorn is the last bastion of sanity in the world. Their efforts are laudable but futile. I wish I could be of more assistance. Unfortunately, my condition has required numerous treatments. The care I've received at North Hill, however, has been exceptional. Chess is my only diversion. Oh, if you care to play, I'd be glad to teach you a thing or two about the game. I owe what quality of life I have to a variety of DHS medications. Without them, I probably would not be having this conversation. No, I'm unfamiliar with the name. You remind me very much of myself when I was younger. I sincerely hope you'll keep in mind the things I've told you. While I don't know him personally, my instincts tell me that Mr. Knott is a man of integrity. But I've been wrong before.
The rank and file was right in the middle of the old city.
Wasn't this back when they still called it Freak Town?
Yeah, the Mutant League was in high gear at the time, and the whole mutant norm thing was just starting to heat up. I got more than a few nasty looks when I showed up at the chess shop. How's the game going?
Welcome to the rank and file. What can I do for you?
Well, Jay St. Gideon got tired of kicking my butt and suggested I come down here for a few pointers on my chess game.
Mr. Gideon can make anyone's chess game look shabby. What seems to be the problem?
Well, my biggest problem is I can't seem to remember how these little horsies move.
Call this a hunch. But you're not here to ask me about chess, are you? What do you want?
My name's Tex Murphy. I'm a private investigator.
Look, I don't want any trouble.
I'm a friend of J. St. Gideon's.
Oh, if you're a friend of Mr. Gideon's, you're a friend of mine. How can I help you? Nice guy. He used to come in here occasionally. I read in the paper that he killed himself. It's too bad. Not is the pretty facade that disguises the law and order party's war machine. Mr. Gideon's been a friend of the mutants for years, unlike most people in his social strata. He's a great man. It makes me angry as hell to think what Shimming did to him. Back when I was a programmer, I worked there for a couple of years, until Shimming took over. Everything changed for the worse. It was like working under Stalin. Why are you asking about me? I'm just a source of information to someone like you. Poisoned pawn is a chess term. It refers to an apparently unprotected pawn, whose capture leads to dire consequences. If I had to guess, I'd say the author of the anonymous letter felt like he was the first link in a dark chain. I don't know anything about the letter or why my name was mentioned in it. I recognize Linsky, of course, but I don't know the other person. Though I think I may have seen him with Frank Shimming years ago. I haven't heard anything about it. Don't know him. Don't know him. I have no idea who that is. Never heard the name before. You know what the Law and Order Party is? It's the Fourth Reich. They won't rest until every mutant is deported, imprisoned, or dead. Capricorn is about the last organization in the world that considers us mutants to be human beings. I think there's a battle brewing between them and the Law and Order Party. I haven't heard anything about it. The hospital to the rich and famous. I haven't been fortunate enough to be a patient there. Life is a chess game, and Law and Order has all the power pieces. I have no idea who that is. You seem like an interesting guy. Makes me wish you were more of a chess player.
Tex Murphy here.
Are you investigating the death of Carl Linsky?
Well, it depends. Who's asking?
A friend. Just a friend.
You're not calling to see whether I need my carpets cleaned, are you?
No.
So what do you need?
The question is, what do you need?
Well, good home-cooked meal would be nice, but other than that, I need a lead.
A University of San Francisco professor, Val Davis, died in a speeder crash last week.
That's interesting, but it's not much of a lead, is it?
Davis was working on the STG project with Linsky.
Okay. Now you've got my attention.
There are answers to be found in Davis's laboratory on the USF Campus Building C. If you get there within the hour, the doors will be unlocked.
Okay, I'm on my way, but what am I looking for?
The chess move. I'll be watching. When you find it, I'll contact you again.
Ooh, intriguing. So who was the mysterious informant?
I had no idea at the time.
You're not going to tell me, are you?
I'll tell you this. I didn't waste any time getting over to the USF campus and into Val Davis's lab. Sure enough, it was unlocked and I started looking around. I probably shouldn't mess around with these access panels. The animals don't look like they've eaten for a while. It's another computer that's hooked up to the security passcard network. It's another computer that's hooked up to the security passcard network. Well, for some reason, this microscope is hooked up to Val Davis's computer. I'll have to find her passcard and read her before I'll be able to use this microscope. I guess I'm supposed to notice this. Nothing more appetizing than a big barrel full of biological waste products. Looks like one of those things they use to examine X-rays. Standard lab cabinets. Train your weasel? Weasel training must be dangerous business. Curious Ralph undergoes chemo. Kids' books just aren't as sweet and innocent as they used to be. Now this is the kind of test I always did well on. Surgical tools always give me the creeps. Hey, it's Peppy, Raymond's long-lost brother. Standard lab cabinets. I shudder to think what kind of experiments are done on these poor, helpless, stinky animals. As soon as I stepped into the radiation chamber, the door sealed behind me, and I immediately heard a somewhat disturbing computer message.
Radiation at level 1.
This chair must have special attachments to fit the dogs and cats. The switch isn't working. Good thing there's an emergency override panel. Someone had taken a laser blade to the emergency override panel.
So it was a trap. Was it meant for you?
Well, it could have been. Or maybe Val Davis, but then she died before she had a chance to fall into it. Either way, I had to find a way to repair the circuit board before time ran out. Fortunately, I'd brought along that circuit conductor kit I found in Linsky's warehouse.
Radiation at level 2.
Someone had taken a laser blade to the emergency. Oh boy, this is bad. Someone slashed the connections. If I don't find a way to connect 2 horizontal terminals and 2 vertical terminals, I'm gonna get microwaved into an early grave.
Radiation at level 3. Danger. Radiation level moderate.
Well, I don't know what that was about, but that was not pleasant, and this place is weird.
This passcard reader looks identical to the one in Carl Linsky's safe. This chair must have special attachments to fit the dogs and cats. I guess he must be tired of this toy. Hey, monkey, move. Hey, monkey. Monkey, do you know what I have in my pocket, huh? How does that look to you, huh? You know what this is? You do, don't you? You want one, don't you? That's it. Go ahead. That's good. That's good. Hey! No! Monkey, look what I got for you. Huh? Nice, huh? You want a banana, huh? Here you go. That's it. That's it. Go on, monkey. Good. It's good, isn't it? That's it. That's good. That's good. 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 Oh, is the monkey tired? Oh, look at the poor dumb monkey. Coral, the 80th wonder of the world. For some reason, this microscope is hooked up to Val Davis's computer. I'll have to find her pass card and reader before I'll be able to use this microscope. Pass card reader's hooked up. Now I'll need to scan the pass card. A magnification of Val Davis's pass card appeared on screen. QXD7 was written in tiny characters on the card. It had to be the chess move the mysterious informant had told me to find. Wrong pass card. Sonny's telegram had mentioned someone named Slade. I had a hunch that it was the name of the man who'd killed Bosworth Clark, but I wouldn't know for certain until I talked to Sonny.
Come in.
Sonny, ¿qué pasa, hombre?
Hey, adelante.
Compadre. I didn't expect to see you looking so good.
Murphy, I've come face to face with my demon.
Slade. What happened?
In the depths of my despair, I had a vision of redemption. I realized I couldn't pass on without confronting what I feared most in life. Slade. I tracked him to his lodge. I broke in. I'm still a good detective.
So was Slade there?
No. Not at first.
So what happened?
I had to take something from him. Something important. Nothing could replace Maria. I found something, Murphy. I know it's important because it was hidden. Here.
God, you are hurt. I've got to get you to the hospital.
No, there's no need. I've had my last drink, amigo. Maybe not. Maybe there's time for one more.
Uno más.
Salud. No. Pour one for yourself.
I'm not really a drinker.
For all time.
All right. So what happened when Slade got back? Salud, hombre. At least he was able to die in peace.
I didn't know it was going to be such a sad story. Who killed Sonny? Was it Slade?
Must have been. Though I never did find out for sure. After Sonny's last drink, I took a look around his place, hoping to find something that would lead me to the man who'd killed him and Clark. On a scrap of paper by the phone, Sonny had scrawled the name Big Jim Slade and the words Big Surf Lodge, along with an address.
You didn't go to the Big Surf Lodge alone, did you?
What? You think I was scared? Just because he was some kind of hitman? I eat guys like him as an appetizer.
Okay, so, was he there? Did you confront him?
Well, no. Even back then, I wasn't a complete moron. I didn't want to fight him, I just wanted to find out who he was and what he was doing.
So what happened?
Well, I found the place and went around back. Through a window, I could see a briefcase on the bed, which I decided I just had to have. It sounded like he was in the shower, which would give me a good chance to snatch the briefcase, but first I had to figure out how to unlock the back door. What the satellites are for. A piece of paper with a single word written on it and held to the side of the console with a... As long as the shower's running, I should be free to look around. I just have to be careful to leave things the way I find them, and have a hiding place picked out in case Slade makes a surprise appearance. I don't make a habit of looking through other people's wallets, but I suppose I could make an exception this one time. What? No license to kill? This thing has anagram written all over it. Well, I mean, not literally. I guess Slade's gambling includes more than roulette. These must be his lucky numbers. The Colonel told... This looks like a walk-in closet. Unremarkable, but adequate furnishings. Unremarkable, but adequate furnishings. Someone should have proofread this poster before they printed it. There are typos all over it. Unremarkable, but adequate furnishings. Typical motel bed. 50-pound bed cover, custom fitted to a concrete slab. An old... Slade's briefcase is handcuffed to the bed. He obviously isn't taking any chances on losing it. Of course, that just reaffirms how important it is for me to steal it. Not gonna work. Slade's briefcase is handcuffed to the bed. He obviously isn't taking any chances. Back cordless telephone. Slade must be uncomfortable with vid phones. There's probably not much in here, but it's locked. Unremarkable, but adequate furnishing. Unremarkable, but adequate furnishing. Hey, a word search puzzle. I love word searches, but I'm pretty sure I'll have to work on... Slade will probably notice if I take anything left out in the open, but I doubt he'll realize this is missing before I'm long gone. I'm willing to bet this chart is packed full of hidden messages, but I need something else to find them. What? Nope. This looks like something vile. Oh, great. Slade comes out to answer that phone and sees me.
Slade here. Yeah, took her number 6. One of my lucky numbers. Enjoyed that one. No problem. Pick up orders at the same drop point. I'm gonna make something to eat first. There's been a slight problem with that. An old acquaintance of mine decided to make some trouble for me. Don't worry. I know how to find him. It'll just be a slight delay. And this time I won't let him get away. I said, don't worry.
So he had already killed 6 people? Who were the others?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. I also wanted to find out about the drop point where he was supposed to pick up his next orders. I decided if I could get there first, I could probably find out a lot about what was going on. Uh-oh. Sounds like Slade's headed this way.
All right, well, we made it out of there. That was quite well, that was quite the game of hide and seek in that in his little apartment, wasn't it? Well, let's check out what was in his suitcase.
I saw this thing in my book of secret codes. It's called a grill. Now we just need to find the chart that goes underneath it. These letters and numbers must refer to Bible passages. Chloral hydrate. We PIs refer to this stuff as a Mickey Finn. A few drops in a drink and the lights go out. Now I just need to find out which post office. Unless I'm way off base, this is a hit list, and Slade's planning on taking out all these people. Hold on. There's a highlighted letter in each of the names. If I line them up, it spells Mill Valley. Apparently, there's something waiting for Slade in Mill Valley. Now that I knew the location of the drop point, I drove like a maniac to the Mill Valley post office. I kept my eyes peeled, but either Slade hadn't used this place as a drop point before, or he was elsewhere looking for something to kill. I didn't want to take any chances, though, so I hurried inside and found box 969. There were 2 items in the post office box: a level 1 pass card for access into the Law and Order Party headquarters, and what had to be Slade's new orders. Unfortunately, I didn't have any way to decode them, not yet at any rate. I remember that Sylvia had mentioned going out that night. Since I knew her name was on Slade's hit list, it might be a good idea to keep her under wraps for a while.
I'm so sorry. I got so wrapped up in your story that I completely lost track of time.
Well, I've been told I have that effect on women. Some sort of hypnotic power.
Whatever you say, sweetie. But seriously, we really have to hurry. It's not easy getting reservations at the Golden Pagoda.
Well, as you know, I take the driving laws very seriously, so excessive speed is really out of the question. However, no shortcut.
This isn't the way home. Where are you taking me?
Found out some information just before I picked you up for dinner.
That you're falling madly in love with me?
I have reason to believe you're in the same danger your father was.
Why?
Well, I'm not sure exactly, but I'm checking into it. Regardless, I'm really nervous about your safety, and I think you ought to stay at the warehouse where your father was working.
But nothing's happened to me.
That doesn't mean nothing will. And besides, it reflects very poorly on me if my clients get bumped off during a case.
Plus, I couldn't pay you if I were dead, huh?
Now, that's a very good point.
You're such a tough guy. Okay. I'll lay low for a few days if you want me to. But only because I don't want you to worry.
There's one.
Hydrant.
There's one.
Handicapped. Actually, I think you could make a case for that one.
Oh, that is very funny. Right there, right in front of the restaurant.
Okay.
Told you.
me the rest of the story.
Well, after I took Sylvia back to the warehouse, I decided to go over to the Law and Order party. Well, it was after midnight, so I figured nobody'd be around. I could ransack the place. Unfortunately, I was wrong.
Excuse me, sir, but this premises has been secured for the evening. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave immediately.
Sheesh, I'm late again, aren't I? Missed the whole rally. Do you have any beer left?
Okay, wise guy, get your hands up where I can see them.
All right, look, calm down. I suppose it's okay to tell you, but I am on a top secret mission for the government.
I don't care if you work for the NSA. I'm gonna need to see some ID.
Hey man, I was just following orders. I was told to use this pass card to get in.
We all got orders. It'll take just a second to write down this badge number. There's coffee if you like.
I have to admit, I can make a mean cup of coffee.
What the hell are you doing?
Contact problem. Got it on again, though. The coffee was spiked. I figured I should find a logical place to hide and wait for the Mickey to work its magic. Now that the night watchman was taking a nap, my first priority was to decode Slade's orders. I needed to find some kind of cipher with a lot of letters on it, and it had to be somewhere inside Law and Order. Oh, and I forgot to ask him whether he wanted one lump or two with his coffee. Well, someone around here is a heavy coffee drinker, and I'm betting it's our night watchman. Probably. It's a piece of propaganda from your friends at Law and Order. Pass card G. Oh, it's a piece of propaganda from your friend. Now, this telephone's perfect for the man who's just got to go. They didn't spare any expense in this bathroom. Even the graffiti is top of the line. So this is where the water comes out. Clever. I guess Law and Order doesn't have any use for mirrors, seeing as how they're a bunch of vampires anyway. Lots of tables around here. It's like a showroom. Oh, it's the ID badge I handed to the guard. As soon as I entered Robert Knott's office, I heard the familiar beeping sound coming from a panel on the wall by the door. It was an alarm countdown. Even with the night watchman knocked out, I figured setting off an alarm would not be good. This doesn't look like any name I've seen in a Rolodex. Maybe it's a code. I guess I should play with it a bit. Knott's got his chair cranked up nice and high. Poor little chair cranked up nice and high. Poor little guy. You just can't buy. I wonder what's at this address. Maybe it's where Robert Knott's hiding out. Yeah, and maybe I'm the Queen of England. But I guess it'd be stupid not to check it out. If I ever find Mr. Knott, well, I wonder what kind of birdie this is. A finch, maybe. A safe. A misnomer if ever there was one. Whatever's on this disc can't be good for the Law and Order party. Maybe this explains why Robert Knott's on the chopping block. I'll bet Wanda would do just about anything for this little tortilla. That mystery address turned out to be a seedy-looking tavern on the waterfront. Even had a condemned sign plastered across the front door.
Well, you should have felt right at home.
Oh, that's funny. But what happened next wasn't. Despite a clear warning from my spider sense, I walked around back and found an open door. Finally regained consciousness. It felt like I'd been trying to drink my own body weight in cheap gin.
It sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, bando for 2.
Thank you. May I check your coat?
You know, I think I'll keep it, thank you.
Okay.
Is it less than $3? Oh, that's all right. That wasn't the worst of it, though. I had this ripping pain inside my head. I mean, I was munching ibuprofen tablets like they were Reese's Pieces. That didn't stop the blinding light I was getting behind my eyes or the pain I had in my head.
Did you see a doctor?
No, just the light flashes, actually.
Come, I'll take you to your seats.
Oh, thank you.
Here are your seats. We'll have to prepare another table for you since you were late this evening. Can I get your drink?
I don't think so. Why don't we just wait?
Certainly.
Oh, this must be the penalty box.
So, finish telling me about Linsky.
Okay. Well, the thought occurred to me that Carl Linsky might have gone through the same thing I was going through. I mean, you remember I told you he had that little scar on the back of his neck? Well, it wasn't so hard for me to envision jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge just to get away from the pain.
What had they done to you?
Well, I had no idea other than I got beat up really good. I didn't realize at the time the clock was ticking and that I had less than 48 hours to live.
What did you do?
Well, I was only halfway up a long series of steps. The next one was to find Robert Knott because he and I were on the same sinking ship together. Like my skull was full of razor blades, I found a pay vid phone and tried Wanda Peck again. This time she answered. I told her I had something she'd want to see, so she agreed to meet me at the Capricorn building.
It was so important that you wanted to meet me after hours.
I've got something that might interest even you.
I'm listening.
This disc is from Robert Knott's office.
How'd you get that?
Off the record, I stole it. Robert Knott's fallen out of favor with the Law and Order Party, and for all I know, he could be dead. But if he's alive, I want to know where he is.
Well, off the record, I know Robert personally. I like him. I don't know where he is, but I can give you the best guess I have. He owns a cabin up north, which no one knows about. Well, almost no one. I'll give you directions. Wait here.
So Wanda gave me the direction to Robert Knott's cabin. I wanted to leave right away, but I was too beat. Went back to the office and I slept for a while.
Where was the cabin?
It was up north, way out in the woods. In fact, I didn't even find it until after dark.
Well, was he there?
No, but I could tell someone had been there recently. I got inside and started looking around for something that might tell me where Knott was hiding out. I figured if I warned him about Slade, he might tell me what the hell was going on with law and order. Lights were on inside the cabin. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer, so I let myself in.
All right, we are here at Red Knott's cabin. We just got the address. We're gonna look around, see what kind of clues we can find. Let's check it out. Looks, well, maybe it was fancy back in the day. By today's standards, it looks mediocre. But we'll look around.
Skylight control switch. I don't believe skylights are standard features in most log cabins. The furniture's a little rustic for me. Perfect log for a romantic evening by the fire. Large, light, and dry as Mom's pot roast. Looks like Knott misplaced all his fireplace tools. It's really kind of gruesome when you think about it. The furniture's a little rustic for me. A bunch of little fishies and what's this? A small metal box. I guess I should check it out. Uh-oh. Those aren't fishies, they're piranhas. Looks like I'll have to find an industrial strength fishing pole. Like the stone said, wild horses couldn't drag me away from ransacking the cabin, that is. That won't work by itself. Non-kosher dills, my favorites. They're bottled with pork rinds. Now, this hose is screwed down pretty tight. I need to find some sort of unscrewer thing. These seem pretty self-explanatory. Mini torch. There's got to be some way I can use this. Well, there's nothing like a length of good, sturdy rope. Well, these are funny looking and smelling plants. The door's not much, but the transom's a handsome touch. Well, I wasn't expecting any company, but as long as you're here.
What the hell's going on here?
Whoa. Listen, don't shoot the messenger, okay? I came to warn you. Somebody wants you dead.
Tell me something I don't know.
Well, as you may or may not know, a lot of people have been dying lately of self-inflicted and or accidental causes. And you and I just might be next in line.
Anything else?
All right. I should tell you that Wanda Peck gave me this address.
So who the hell are you? And what's your relationship to Wanda Peck?
Well, there's a rat's nest at Law and Order party. And for different reasons, we both want to find it.
You don't say. Well, that makes 3 of us.
You really think you're safe here?
It's as good a place as any. Doesn't really matter anyway. They're gonna find me sooner or later. Actually, my own death is not exactly high on my wish list of things I'd like to happen to me. But I'll tell you one thing. They know I'm not gonna give up without a fight.
So tell me something if you don't mind. But how does someone go from being the Law and Order party candidate to the top of their things to kill list?
A candidate is sugar coating on a pill. The party sets an agenda, and all I do is try to make it a little easier for the public to swallow.
What's Law and Order trying to force feed us?
What'd you say your name was?
Murphy. Tex Murphy.
Well, you gotta believe what I'm gonna tell you, Tex.
Why not? I'm pretty gullible.
Law and Order has this plan. They're gonna put implants into everybody. It's gonna allow them to identify, track, and eventually control the whole population.
They really believe they could get away with that?
They know it.
Listen, maybe you can answer something that's really bothering me. If Law and Order is so powerful, why are they going around killing everybody?
Call. Greg Call. They're trying to kill anyone who has ties to him. He used to work for Gideon Enterprises.
Well, how about I go talk to Frank Shimming?
Shimming? No, he's squarely in the camp of Law and Order.
Well, maybe he's behind this whole thing. I mean, Shimming could be the Overlord.
You know about Overlord, too?
this point, I started to smell gas.
Let me guess. You grabbed a couple of chili dogs for the flight up.
Not that kind. One of the bullets had hit the stove. Now the whole cabin was being flooded with gas. Who are those guys?
All right, we gotta get out of here fast.
Well, I had a few singed hairs, but I was okay. Little did I know, things were about to really heat up.
Ooh, it sounds like Sylvia's about to make another appearance.
That's a good guess. After I got out of Knott's Inferno, I decided to fly back to Linsky's warehouse, check up on my client.
But she wasn't there.
Have I told you this part of the story before?
Oh, no, it's just that, well, I know how women work.
Well, that makes one of us anyway. So she's not at the warehouse. I fly over to her apartment. She's not there either. So I get in my speeder. I fly back to my office. I walk in the door.
And she's waiting for you.
Yeah.
Probably wearing something very nice.
To tell you the truth, I did not even notice.
Oh, of course not. So then she says, "Hello, handsome."
Needless to say, I was very, very upset with her. I thought we agreed that you would stay at the warehouse.
I know, but I started worrying something would happen to you. I don't feel very comfortable about being alone right now.
Sylvia, this thing is dangerous, and I don't think you realize how dangerous it is.
Well, tell me. I'm paying your tab after all.
Yeah, sure, bring business into this.
Well, that's what it is, isn't it? Am I not just a client? There were plenty before me, and there will be plenty after me.
That's what I tell myself.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean by that.
Tell me.
There's this thing. It's called the rules of a PI. And the number one rule is, don't fall for a client.
That wouldn't happen, would it?
Yeah, well, I'm holding you personally responsible for making me even think twice about it.
I feel so guilty.
Yeah, well, you should.
So tell me, are there any rules about kissing a client?
That falls squarely under Rule 1.
The rule that you're thinking twice about. So, break a rule. How many rules are there?
37 so far.
So 36 out of 37, that's not so bad. And I won't tell a soul.
Sounds like you were just about ready to go into the deep fryer.
No, it's more like a quick sear, followed by a slow simmer. Listen, Sylvia, it has been an incredibly long day, and my resistance is just about 0. So if you will take 10 paces back, promise to quit smelling so good. I promise you that when this is over, look into the possibility. We got a deal.
Okay, I'll be good. But I'll hold you to that promise.
I've got a cot in the other room. You take that and I'll sleep here.
Sweet dreams.
That's not gonna be hard.
sir?
Oh, yeah. This again. You know, as soon as I lose some weight, I think I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't think I need to be reminded anymore. No, I don't think I do.
Good. Because I'm very selfish, you know.
That's one of the things that really attracts me to you.
Boy, that makes me happy to hear it. So now that you've described to me just about every temptation a man can stand, what happens next?
Nothing happened? Nothing happened, okay? Actually, I flew Sylvia back to the warehouse.
Good.
I thought you'd like that part. I went back to the office and I had a call.
I just gotta say, I love how classy Tex Murphy is. Even with the ladies, he remains a gentleman. I appreciate that. Alright, let's see what this call is.
You find the chess move?
I did. It was in the design of Val Davis's pass card. Look, I'm ready to meet with you. Just tell me when and where.
It isn't safe yet, but I have another lead for you. Find out about Greg Call.
Who's Greg Call?
He was the lead programmer on the STG project. He knew about Overlord.
Well, how do I find him? Greg Call. Overlord. Either one.
Call is dead.
Oh, that's gonna make him easy to find.
Call suspected that someone on the inside was selling out the STG project. For that reason, he relocated to a secret base of operation. If you find that, all your questions will be answered.
Any hints on how I'm supposed to do that?
The police were warned that Call might turn up dead. They may have found something that could lead you to where he was working. Oh, I gotta go.
So Greg Call was the head of the STG project.
Yeah, but he was the dead head.
So now you went back to see Detective Clements, right?
Good guess.
You seem to think I'm some sort of street informant. I'm gonna start charging you for these consultations.
You know, you've been so very good to me. I think I'm gonna do you a favor. I know where Big Jim Slade is.
If you're on the level, I'll trade you any information you want.
Done. Slade's at the Big Surf Lodge, number 6. It's off the Pacific Coast Highway just north of Big Sur.
I haven't got any information on that. Never heard of him. I don't have a lot of time to waste, Murphy. How do you find out about these people? He died a few days ago. We would have chalked it up to natural causes. An aneurysm, maybe. Except we got an anonymous tip through 911 the day before he died. Tips just said that if he died, we should perform an autopsy. He's a hitman for hire, and he's on Interpol's 10 Most Wanted. If you're mixed up with him, I'd make sure your affairs are in order. I haven't got any information on that. Seems like a decent guy for a politician. I'll probably vote for him. It only turned up one unusual thing. A small capsule planted under the skin. Inside was a plastic tag with markings on it. We couldn't make heads or tails of it. Maybe you should give it a try.
curious. This UPEX package wasn't here before.
Nexus? What does that stand for?
I'm not sure it stood for anything. But I surmised that it had to do with Greg Call's secret base of operations. Now I had to ask around to see if anyone knew about it. You'll never guess who did. Unless I'm way off base, this is a hit list, and Slade's planning on taking out all these people. Unless I'm way off base, this is a hit. It appears to be a Braille alphabet.
Nexus? What does that stand for?
I'm not sure it stood for anything. But I surmised that it had to do with Greg Call's secret base of operations. Now I had to ask around to see if anyone knew about it. You'll never guess who did.
You caught me at the last moment, Mr. Murphy. I was preparing to go abroad.
That sounds good. You know, I've heard Amsterdam is great.
Everything you've heard is true. I highly recommend it. Now, I think I can spare you a few moments before I leave. Well, these chess moves are curious and vaguely familiar. Or perhaps they were part of some fabled match I may have read about. I can't say for certain. I don't know who he is. Gregory was my right-hand man when I founded Gideon Enterprises, a brilliant programmer. Until recently, he headed a division of the corporation. I heard that Shimming fired him, undoubtedly removing the last traces of my influence. Ah, now there's a name I haven't heard in ages. I hired Sam to work at Gideon some 15 years ago, and after a decade of fruitful labors, we parted amicably. And then sadly we lost touch. I wish I could be of more assistance. I'm afraid I haven't heard of it. Your investigation has certainly got you into some obscure channels. Years ago, well after the government signed the UNGP treaty, Gideon Enterprises bought the rights to utilize dozens of abandoned government installations. Nexus was the code name for an underground military facility located in Washington State near Mount Shasta. I don't believe we ever used the location.
Nexus Base took a long time to find, and I won't bore you with the details, but the installation looked totally derelict from the outside. Once I found a way inside, I entered an underground laboratory that was brand new, state of the art.
Was there anyone there?
No, but as soon as I stepped inside, I did hear a voice.
Stand by for system scan.
So those men that jumped you had put some sort of implant into your head.
Exactly. And it seemed like I was in the best possible place to do something to remove it. I started looking around with just that in mind.
Just that in mind. No pun intended, I'm sure.
Seems to be a large light panel. Well, this should make a nice addition to my pass card collection. This was Greg Call's pass card. Man, talk about wired for sound. Art Garfunkel could rock on these speakers. Lynx LS mug. I've got to play that one of these days. Appears to be a recently clipped newspaper article. Standard keyboard. Well, apparently I have to do something else before I can start the implant removal procedure. Implant removal station. Well, the IRS has always been good at removing everything else from me. Apparently I have to do something else before I can start the implant removal procedure. Some kind of chart. Maybe watching all those ER reruns will finally pay off. Oh, there's a card on the clipboard. If the implant I'm carrying around is on this list, it must be number P333. Now I need to figure out which of the kamikaze implants will neutralize it. This thing gives me flashbacks to my former dentist and the horrible wisdom teeth incident. The special Mengele model syringe. A Lynx LS mug. I've got to play that one of these days. STG must have bought these pass card readers in bulk. Well, this looks like an autoclave. It's used for storing items in a sterile environment. That's the one I'm looking for. I guess Greg Call must have designed the solution to neutralize the Overseer implants. Now I have to find a way to inject it into my bloodstream.
Injected yourself with that thing?
I had to. Then I went into the scanning booth. The fun was just starting. I'd neutralized the Overseer chip, which someone had designed to be fatal in my case, or a controlling device to others. I still had no idea who was pulling the strings, but as I stepped out of the removal station, I heard sounds just outside the main entrance. I ducked behind a display panel and waited to see who it was.
Hello? Hello? Okay. I'm really not very good with surprises.
Well, it isn't my mystery man. What's your name?
Larry Hammond. I would have told you earlier, but I have some serious trust issues going on. With all that's happened, I've got the right to be a little paranoid.
Yeah, I guess you do. You haven't been using the code name Poison Pawn, have you?
No. Why?
That's not important. How'd you get here?
I followed you. I wanted to make sure you came here alone.
Well, I hope you were more careful about being followed than I was.
Now, I have a very strong sense of self-preservation. I even brush my teeth carefully.
Yeah, it shows. Why don't we just start at the top and see what you know? Tell me about Carl Linsky.
Well, Linsky and I both worked on STG, but I didn't know him back then. I recognized his picture in the paper from when he had his suicide.
Well, that's helpful. How about STG?
It was a really mysterious operation. When Greg brought me in to do some programming, I didn't know anybody on the design team, and we weren't encouraged to get to know each other either. Once we got our instructions, we went off to work in different places. None of us knew what each other was working on.
So, who's in charge of this little circus?
Greg had been there the longest. He was pretty much running the show.
So is he this overlord I've come to hear so much about?
Oh, no, there had to have been higher-ups. I knew Greg for a long time. We were in Mutant League together.
Oh. Just so I understand something here, the reason you got in contact with me is because you wanted me to find Carl's lab, right? Why?
Well, early on in the program, Greg got really paranoid and relocated his base of operations. And no one knew where he was at. I didn't even see him until after I finished my work with STG. A couple of weeks ago, after all the mysterious deaths, I decided to go underground to get a read on my life expectancy. Well, you see, I was underground, and Greg found me, which didn't give me a great sense of well-being. Anyway, he said he needed my help.
To do what?
He wanted to find the pass cards we'd all been issued. You see, all 8 of us received these cards at the beginning of the project. They were used to transmit data from wherever we were working to some sort of central computer. Now, the whereabouts of that computer, that was top secret.
Well, what about the chess moves?
Oh, I I don't know anything about those. I think they were Greg's idea. He designed the cards.
And you've got a card.
Yeah. You take it. Just holding the thing next to my skin just gives me the hives.
No, it's that polyester.
Really?
You told me if I came here that I was going to get the answer to all of my questions.
I said that? No, I was just guessing. I've got something that might help. Now, Greg gave me this the last time I saw him. Now, he said, don't open it unless something happened to him. I think something happened to him.
What are we supposed to do with it?
What are we supposed to do with it? It's your problem now. I told you everything I know. I gave you a pass card, and I gave you what Greg gave me. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go somewhere and try not to get killed. Hasta la pasta, baby.
Hey, Larry. Thanks for the help.
Anytime.
So Larry was the mysterious informant. And he said he wasn't the poison pawn. Well, what was in the envelope he gave you?
There was a note written from Greg Call to Larry. There was more to the content of the note than met the eye. Pass card reader's hooked up. Now I'll need to scan the pass card. Wrong pass card.
To Larry, or whoever's watching this, I'll have to assume that my first plan has failed, and I'm probably dead. The purpose of this message is a warning, and afterwards my computer will reformat, so listen up. I've enjoyed a long friendship with J. St. Gideon. We founded Gideon Enterprises together years ago, and I believe that he is a good man and has honorable intentions, regardless of how I may disagree with his philosophy. For years he has worked on a program called Overlord, a worldwide surveillance system which would allow him ultimately to control key political figures, thereby speeding up the world peace process. This was all made possible about a year ago. A breakthrough in nanotechnology allowed us to create microscopic devices that, once implanted inside someone, would allow us to control the physiological reactions, the chemical reactions, make the person a slave to positive response. And in this way was born the STG project, sort of a Pavlovian remote control program. We recruited 7 other scientists and put them on different phases of the project so none of them would know what the entire project was about. We gave them pass cards which would allow them to transmit data to a central overlord computer. I found out shortly thereafter that John Klaus, one of the scientists, was intending to sell out the project to the Law and Order Party. When I went to Gideon with my fears, he disregarded them. Either he knew something that I didn't, or he was simply too obsessed to listen to reason. Regardless, I took it upon myself to implement a fail-safe program into Overlord, which I called Stalemate. Now, in order to activate this Stalemate fail-safe program in the Overlord system, all 8 STG pass cards are required. I made a plan to track down the other 7 pass cards. I started with Carl Linsky's home once I'd learned that he'd committed suicide, but I was unable to find the card. The thought crossed my mind that since Carl Linsky and John Klaus were friends, that possibly Linsky staged his own death and is working with Law and Order and John Klaus. But I can't substantiate that. At this point, I'm not sure who I can trust, outside of Larry Hammond and J. St. Gideon, though I'm not sure how much J. St. Gideon will listen to me at this point. Regardless, Gideon's program, Overlord, must be deactivated. If not by me, then by whoever's watching this message.
I knew it!
You knew what?
Sylvia was behind the whole thing. Oh, it all fits together now. Of course, Linsky staged his own suicide.
Okay, you got yourself an interesting theory now. Play with it.
Well, okay. Linsky worked at the clinic, right? And, well, there's a lot of patients there, and, you know, maybe one was in a coma or terminally ill, and Linsky finds one that is about his same size, maybe even looks like him. And I think that's where Linsky probably gets the idea. So he dresses the patient in his clothes. He, you know, plants the wallet, the keys, and the suicide note on him. They, you know, dump the body in the bay, and it's recovered, and who identifies it?
Sylvia.
Please, we're finished. Thanks. Well, did I get it? Did I figure it out?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe so.
So, well, then why don't you tell me the rest?
Actually, I'm fascinated by your story. Why don't you tell me what you'd do next?
If it were me, I would probably go to the Law and Order Party headquarters.
That's exactly where I went, because now I had Robert Knott's pass card. This time, there was no sign of our friendly night watchman, though. I was lucky to get in without the guard seeing me, but I figured he was somewhere in the building. I'd be in trouble if he returned to the front desk and checked out the monitors, so I had to figure something out fast. Well, it never occurred to me to make Jell-O with fruit chunky style. Odd. The ozonator seems to have a good-sized hole in it. I don't see any visible way to open this door. I'll bet there's some interesting secrets behind this door.
Pretty smart. You saw that on Mission Impossible, didn't you?
Oh? Did they use that trick too? Why, I had no idea.
Did you have any problems setting up the photo?
Are you kidding? What do you think I am, an idiot? Chopsticks. Looks like the Law and Order dinner was German Chinese food. An hour after you eat, you're hungry for power. Rug lo mein. I wonder what the Law and Order Party platform says about hobbits. Well, heaven help us if dogs ever get the vote. This painting gives me a warm fuzzy. Well, that won't work. High security card reader. My deductive powers tell me I may need a high security card. must be John Klaus's little shop of horrors. Well, here's something they filed on the floor. An inter-office memo. I have a weak spot for insider information. Something tells me I may not want to look at this photo. Not Gideon, too. This time, Sylvia has a lot of explaining to do.
Girl!
Maybe Klaus moonlights as a film critic. I think Klaus has night fever, and he knows how to show. I think Klaus has night fever, and he knows how to show it. Nothing here. This thing must be hard to keep clean. He sure is a popular model. Chances are probably about 0 that I'll get into Klaus's computer. Klaus probably uses this to determine the exact moments his patients kick off. Implant procedures. Question is, if they just want to kill people, why did they go through all the trouble of the implants? What's the real purpose behind using them? I don't like to think what Klaus would be doing with a barrel of acid. Carl Linsky's name is on the printout. That explains Linsky's surgery, and it may also explain his suicide. Linsky's name is on the printout. That explains Linsky's surgery. Tape player. I'm not so sure I want to hear what's on this. I'm surprised this thing doesn't have a stretching mechanism on it. Klaus probably uses this to determine the exact moments his patients kick off. I guess Klaus has drawn a little blood in here. Lovely. Chances are probably about 0 that I'll get into. These tools look like something out of a cat picture. Interesting. Klaus doesn't strike me as an animal lover. Slade must have given this pass card to Klaus after he murdered whoever it belonged to. I'd gotten everything I needed out of Law and Order, but the odds were pretty good that the guard was waiting in the lobby. I had to figure out a way to get him away from the front desk without letting him know I was in the building. After my narrow escape from Law and Order, I went home and crashed, but I slept like hell. Slade was still out there, undoubtedly looking for me, and I had nightmares about John Klaus, the mad scientist, turning everyone into zombies. When I woke up the next day, I had no idea what was going to happen. Little did I know, later that day, I'd find out the identity of the poisoned pawn. Sounds like I've got a message on the vid phone.
I have a message for you. You'll probably think it's important. You can pick it up at my shop whenever you get the time to see me. Ciao for now.
Like I've got a message on the vid phone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy. I just wanted to call and thank you for bringing me the disc from Robert Knott. It has everything we need to take down the Law and Order party. The evidence is overwhelming. I owe you a big favor. Within reason, of course. Thank you again.
Sheesh, Jorge, you're not still playing the same game, are you?
So, you got my message.
Yeah, I did.
I was contacted on the internet by the poisoned pawn you asked me about. He sent an email for you.
For me?
It's over there on that computer.
Thanks.
There was no return address.
That's all right. Well, everything about the message seemed legit. It was from the poisoned pawn, came through Valdez. It referred to things from Wanda Peck's anonymous letter. But my intuition meter was on the fritz. Was I being set up? Or was I about to meet the man behind the curtain? If so, who was it? J. St. Gideon? One of the supposedly dead scientists? Carl Linsky back from the grave? I waited till midnight and went to the rendezvous point. My instincts told me to beware of a trap, so I found a back door and went in that way. The place appeared to be empty, but I still needed to check out the clock tower. As it turned out, though, I had to search the ground floor first, and search pretty thoroughly before doing anything else. These crates don't look like they've been moved in quite a while. The boxes are all in various stages of dry rot. This could open some doors for me. Nothing happened. There must be some other power switch in here somewhere. Humco, the first name in chemical byproducts. Old toolboxes? Well, they're like Christmas presents for an amateur handyman like myself. Oh, a penknife. Perfect for cutting pens. Old toolboxes? Well, they're like Christmas presents for an amateur handyman like myself. These don't smell like barrels of fun. These crates don't look like they've been moved in quite a while. My favorite kind of paneling. Electrical. My favorite kind of paneling. My favorite kind of paneling. Electrical.
cover such a beautiful mouth. Don't you think so, Mr. Murphy? It was necessary, of course. You see, I couldn't have Dulcinea warning off her knight errant from charging the windmill.
I was wondering when you'd crawl out of that rat's nest.
Contraire. Signor Quixote. It is you who are the rat. And you, my dear, the perfect piece of cheese.
Who's the poison pawn? Is it you? Is Sylvia here?
Sylvia? The poison pawn? It was Miss Linsky's father who wrote the anonymous letter to Capricorn. We found copies of it while we were going through his papers after his unfortunate death.
So why'd you have to trick me into coming here?
I brought you here to offer you a trade. You tell me what you know, and I let the little missy free. So, let's begin with the STG pass cards. Where are they?
The best of my recollection there, somewhere on the Spanish High Plains with my trusted servant, Sancho. I've got him with me.
Excellent. Now, in 30 words or less, tell me everything you know about the STG project.
Not too much. I mean, I've heard implants, mind control, satellite tracking. And then there was that little experiment you pulled on me.
Unfortunately, it didn't work out quite as we had planned. You were supposed to be a good little detective and die, like Mr. Linsky.
I mean, Linsky was your friend. I'd hate to see what you do to your enemies.
Well, you're about to find out. Now, for the sake of Miss Linsky here, tell me what else you found out about.
Well, there's someone running around with the name Overlord. He seems to be running things. You know, I think that's you.
Excellent! Excellent! Now, as a token of my appreciation, one last kiss.
Why'd you tell him he's never gonna let me go?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy. It looks like she's not in the mood. For once! Well, let's just move on to the murder-suicide portion of the program, shall we?
You said you'd let her go. We made a deal.
Oh, Mr. Murphy, please. Don't compound your gullibility with your stupidity. I mean, she's more of a threat to me than you are. The mere fact that she's been intimate with several of my enemies, not to mention a handful of my allies, makes her a real threat.
You're a liar! Don't listen to him, Tex. I've never had anything to do with Klaus or any of it. I swear it.
Well, I didn't say you were involved. But I do realize you have the capacity for treachery. I mean, for all I know, you may be as innocent as you claim to be. I'm just not a risk taker. Oh, don't look so sad, Tex. At least you know that you were the last, I mean, perhaps she even cared for you. Much as he's capable. Well, down to business. Mr. Slade? Mr. Slade? I leave the necessary unpleasantries in your capable hands.
My pleasure, Mr. Klaus.
was close. I was beginning to wonder how we were going to get out of this.
Don't stop wondering on my account. See, the way I got it figured, once I get all those passcards, someone will pay top dollar to get them back. I was just taking out the middleman.
If you take a personal check, I'd be happy to put in my bid.
Well, I appreciate the offer, but I don't think you're in the right tax bracket. I was thinking more along the lines of, say, Jason Gideon. So, who wants to go first?
I will. But I wonder if you'd consider granting me a last request.
I suppose. As long as it's reasonable.
Could I kiss Sylvia goodbye? At least that way, I could die a happy man.
Well, I wouldn't want you to die unhappy. Go ahead. But don't do anything stupid.
I'm gonna find a way to get us out of this, okay?
Oh, that was very touching. Now let's get down to business. So who's first?
You know, Slade, any little girl looks tough with a gun. Why don't you pretend you're a real man? Let you and I go mano a mano, huh?
I'll give you one thing, you've got guts. All right. I'll make an exception this one time. No honor among thieves, eh, Murphy? Why don't you just come out first? Make things easy on yourself. If you don't, I might just kill your girlfriend first. You can't hide forever. I'll get you sooner or later. Soon is better for me.
Okay, Slade, I give up. I'm not gonna get out of this situation alive anyway. I do have a proposition for you.
For some reason, you don't seem to understand. I don't need to make a deal with you.
You want to blackmail Gideon, don't you? To do that, you're gonna need all 8 STG pass cards. I know where you can get 7 of them.
What sort of a bloody drongo do you think I am?
Here's the STG pass card that Sonny stole from you. You let Sylvia and me go, I'll get you the other 6. name's Slade.
Well?
Yeah, that clarifies it.
Well, if that didn't, these will. Ow, that wasn't too fair.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
That's too bad. You know, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but you are good. You are very, very good. You give lessons?
Oh, yeah. Matter of fact, this one's on me. Oh, look. Time to die.
Slade!
This is for Sonny. Okay, did you overhear anything else?
No.
All right, look. Take this. You keep your eye on him. Cops will be here in a bit, so he shouldn't be a problem. But there's something he's got that I need.
Tex, about that thing that Klaus said about me.
Look, Sylvia, your business is your business.
No,
I understand, okay?
Please, please listen.
It's okay, really. The past is the past.
It's important to me. I want to tell you there's been some things in my life that I'm not very proud of. I used to work for an agency, an escort agency.
If I get out of this, I'm gonna bite your bloody leg off.
If he says one more thing, I want you to just shoot him.
I've known a lot of guys, but that was the past. It's behind me now.
And it's all right, okay? I mean, really, it's all right with me. It really doesn't matter, so relax, okay?
But I want it to matter to you. I've never had anything to do with Klaus or Law and Order or any of it.
Card. Got it. Keep your eye on him.
I'm a new woman now. I'm not the person I used to be.
Oh, come on. You did not fall for that old line, did you?
No, no way.
Yes, you did, didn't you? Okay, so how did Sylvia justify this whole escort thing with you?
Well, I guess she'd just gotten into modeling, was barely getting by. A friend told her of a great way to make money.
Yes.
I guess that's the only reason she did it.
Likely story.
Yeah, well, I guess I was pretty gullible back then. Anyway, while Slade and Klaus were waiting for me to show up, Sylvia overheard them talking. Apparently, Klaus had operated on Carl Linsky. When he removed the tumor, he replaced it with an implant that eventually drove Linsky insane. Slade just tracked him to make sure he committed suicide.
I still think my theory's better.
Well, I told you yours was a better story. But regardless, Klaus was using Linsky as a guinea pig for the Law and Order Party for what they intended to use Overlord for.
Did Sylvia overhear anything else?
Yeah, she did, as a matter of fact. Now, Klaus still wasn't sure where the Overlord main computer was, but he suspected it was at J. St. Gideon's Mansion.
And that's where you went next.
Right. When I told Sylvia, she said she knew how I could get in.
A shortcut to the bedroom, I'll bet.
Actually, that's what it was. Look, don't say it. I know I was a moron, but she did get me inside the mansion. So there I was, standing in Gideon's bedroom without any idea of what I was looking for.
Naughty pictures of Sylvia?
You really do have a one-track mind. I'm fairly sure that's a queen. That's a pawn. Probably ought to have my face on it. It looks like solid gold. Gideon must have paid a king's ransom. Wow, that's a pretty horsey. Looks like a bishop-shaped lamp. Look, a rook. Hey, fairly sure that's a queen. Looks like some type of schematic drawing. Well, the floor pretty well checks out. Gideon must use these for strength training. Sylvia was probably more of an aerobic workout. Ah, the 9 Knights of St. Gideon. Galahad, Lancelot, Hector, Harry, Hotspur, Haggis, Deadeye Dick. The Shadow and Fierce Fred was the smallest and hungriest knight of them all. Court, a novel by the author of Joy of Chess, More Joy of Chess, and everything you've ever wanted to know about chess but were afraid to ask. The chess set seems to be missing a few pieces, about 26 of them. Wonder why. Gideon's all set up for a round of tag team chess. Something big just opened up around here. I stepped out of a secret elevator onto a balcony overlooking a huge gallery filled with priceless paintings, beautiful sculptures, and classic statues.
In other words, a place where you were completely out of your element.
If you're implying that I have poor taste, then wouldn't that reflect poorly upon my choice of dates?
All right, I take it back. Continue.
Well, large chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and across the room I could see a set of doors. Unfortunately, the floor of the gallery was pressure sensitive and lit up with extremely high voltage. There had to be some way to get across, but it certainly wasn't obvious just how I was supposed to do it. If I could get that even with the balcony, I might be able to find a way to reach it.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen that. I can just imagine you shimmying across on that pole.
It's my formal dance training. Luckily, there was a big control panel on the outside of one of the walls. I just had to find it. Need to jump down to the floor inside the display walls. A CD. If I can find out what's on this, I might get a better idea of what Gideon's up to. If I remember my medieval history correctly, these figures represent Stan and Bill, the patron saints of oak paneling and brass fixtures. Dinosaur coin bank. Must be a keepsake from when Gideon was like the rest of us. This is a curious little dropping. The cross must need to be placed in the right spot, probably in one of those outlines that popped up when I first put the cross on the cabinet. Seems like an odd place for a couch. I don't see a TV anywhere. Well, that won't work. Gideon could probably beat me at chess, but I'd wax him in a game of 9-ball. is this? This thing is ancient. Maybe I'll let Gideon know I was here by beating his high score. Jigsaw puzzle. Gideon must get really bored. These chess terms must be passwords. Could be useful at some point. Looks like Gideon's got a prison flick on the TV. And it's got a built-in disc player. How nice. Security override panel. I hope it has something to do with the gallery floor. Looks like it needs a security card. Security override panel. I hope it has something to do with the gallery floor. Looks like it needs a security card.
Tex, you did it. Slade, when the cops came, he confessed to everything. The status of my daddy's death has been changed from suicide to homicide, and I got the money.
That's great, Sylvia, that's great. I'm not done with the case yet.
What do you mean you're not done?
There's still something I've got to do.
Why? We're rich. You can retire.
This isn't about money.
Well, what in the world else could it be about?
Call it a moral obligation.
What about your immoral obligation?
Gideon's project's out of control. I mean, a lot of people have died. Somebody's got to do something about it, and I'm in the best position to do that.
Why don't you just stay out of it? You've got plenty of things to take care of now, including me.
If our future's worth having, it's worth waiting for.
We have everything around here to make us completely happy. How dare you want to throw it away? What are you trying to prove, huh? That you're brave and strong? Well, I've already seen that. What you're talking about is stupid.
Obviously don't understand me very well. I got into this business to help people, and I'm not just gonna sit around and watch this thing happen. I mean, how would I feel about myself?
You know what? You go play Boy Scout. I don't care.
Sylvia, I want us to be together, but you can't change me.
You know what? You do what you have to do. Just don't expect me to bring flowers to your funeral.
I left for Alcatraz right after Sylvia stormed out of my office. Probably should have gotten a good night's sleep first, but I was pretty wound up.
Poor baby.
Yeah, well, it turns out it didn't matter. As soon as I landed on Alcatraz and stepped out of my speeder, something zapped me and I blacked out. Must have been one of those security droids. When I came to, I was in a locked jail cell in one of the old prison sections. These mattresses give the phrase, "don't let the bed bugs bite," a very real and disturbing meaning. This wall looks pretty shaky, and I'd just as soon avoid a cave-in. I've got to create a hole large enough for me to crawl through, but it'll have to be perfectly square with no other gaps. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Unfortunately, the bars don't seem to have corroded with age. I crawled through the hole in the bars, climbed over the railing, and jumped down to the cell block floor. I quickly realized I had two problems. One, I had no idea where to start looking, and two, the cell block was being monitored by a security droid. It wasn't that smart, but if I wasn't in a cell when it passed me on the ground level, I'd be Hamburger Helper. Maybe I should unroll this. Looks like I'll need a key. These stairs must lead up to the guards' quarters. World War I style gas mask. I wonder if it still works. Penal safety should never be taken lightly. Looks like I'll need a key. Gideon security pass card. This thing looks pretty corroded. I guess it only controls the 10 cell doors on the ground level. And if it's not working correctly, it'll be a trick to figure out where to move the lever to open the cell I want to get into. This cell's full of ancient supply crates. Probably too old to be of any use, but I better check it out. This cell's full of ancient supply crates. Probably too old to be of any use, but I better check it out. This timer and detonator could be a useful item. This crate feels totally empty. This looks like it came off that droid. That tool looks like it fell off the maintenance droid. Sheesh, give me a heart attack. I guess this droid's dead. Actually, this one looks different from the ones up above. Could be a maintenance droid. Supply crates. Gideon must be planning on holing up here for a while. Oh. There's a dirty air filter in the garbage bag. Well, what do we have here? Looks like a dirty air filter. Well, this is quite the air filtration system. Must be a clean room and some computer equipment around here somewhere. There seems to be a problem with one of these units. A warning light's flashing. The maintenance droid replaced the filter and then exited through a door at the end of the hall. This gas canister is ancient. Probably used by prison guards in case of a riot. Wonder if it still works. I'll need to find something to open this with. This guy didn't seem to take it as hard as the guard did. Well, I doubt this hairbrush was for any inmate. It looks too expensive. I wonder if Gideon's moving crew dropped it. Judging by the amount of hair on this brush, I'm guessing Mr. Gideon may want to check into a hair replacement system before too long. No doubt about it, this is the area I need to get into. A Lynx LS mug. I've got to play that one of these days. Monitor. Guard must have been occupied while I was making my way down here. It's so hard to find good help. At the rate I'm going, security guards everywhere will start referring to me as the Sandman. Oh, great, a DNA scanner. I won't be able to bluff my way through this. The pad on the floor scans for correct DNA makeup. Slipped through the DNA scanner and entered some kind of computer control center. I walked up to what looked like a central terminal and typed in the word stalemate. Suddenly, a command popped up telling me to insert a pass card.
You'd gotten into the system.
I got out the 8 STG pass cards and inserted one into the console. At that point, it asked me for a password, which I had to type in.
Stalemate sequence initiated. To deactivate Overlord, insert pass cards now.
Exit this program immediately, Mr. Murphy.
Sorry, Mr. Gideon, I can't do that.
You don't understand what you're doing. I am not the enemy.
I know, but Overlord is.
Then you do not understand its purpose.
I think I do. Do you know how close Law and Order came to overtaking your system?
A calculated risk, my friend. It is the only solution.
Well, a lot of innocent people have been killed. I'm just trying to make sure there are no more victims.
It is better that some die, rather than allow the entire planet to degenerate into total chaos.
No one's got the right to play God.
I agree. It's unconscionable. But the fact is, it's done every day, and moreover by people who aspire to nothing more than avarice and domination. What do you imagine stopping me will accomplish?
Well, what do you think you'll accomplish?
Overlord is the hope, Mr. Murphy. With it, I can influence events in the global political arena for good.
Good for you, maybe.
Good for all those who respect mercy and justice.
You created just a little bit of a monster here, Mr. Gideon. It wouldn't be the first time you lost control of your creation. Law and Order Party was going to use it for its own purposes. Other groups are going to try, and eventually one of them's going to succeed. This little nightmare of yours has got to be destroyed.
Oh, I pity your blindness, and regret that you cannot be reasoned with. Let the match begin.
I'm black, right?
Oh, I'm afraid not. But, you have the first move.
Well, that's good. I found myself looking out over a huge virtual chessboard covered with chessmen. Gideon had said that I was white, which of course had fewer pieces. Some type of 3D interface popped up with a menu of 8 possible moves on it. As far as I could tell, Carl had programmed it so I'd have to choose the correct sequence of moves in order to checkmate the Black King and deactivate Overlord. Checkmate, Mr. Gideon.
Your case is finished. I've been saving this to celebrate my success. I suppose I should drink to yours. To the future. Mr. Murphy? I shan't be needing it anymore.
Find a penny, pick it up. All the day you'll have good luck. See you, Buck. Harley.
So, Mr. Tex Murphy, private investigator, are you ready to take the dive?
Depends. What's in it for me?
Well, let me give you a little taste.
Keep talking.
Well, how about a romantic night in the Caribbean or sun-filled days on the beaches of Rio? How about skiing in the Alps?
I don't ski.
I'll teach you how to ski, among other things.
I'm kind of a white picket fence, kids, dog kind of guy.
We'll talk about that later. Right now, we have the whole world to explore.
You know, Sylvia, I've been thinking, $1 million isn't what it used to be. I think we need to get an investment counselor.
Well, $850,000.
I've already spent $150,000?
But that reminds me, I got a little something for you. Hold on.
You didn't have to do this.
This is in celebration of solving your first case.
It's a hat.
All great detectives wear hats. I thought you should have a fedora.
Hope you didn't pay too much for it.
I paid way too much for it.
this?
This was supposed to have been owned by Humphrey Bogart. I know how much you like him.
Here, help me try it on. Maybe we can put it in a frame or something. I don't know what to say.
Say thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Would you like one?
Sure, doll. Why not? Gideon was probably right.
No, he wasn't. You were. Hey, this is not a perfect world, and no one expects it to be. But the most important thing is our freedom. The freedom to make choices for ourselves. And yes, every now and again, maybe the freedom to make an occasional mistake. You are much too critical of yourself.
It's just that I guess I'm not used to hanging my heart out on my sleeve. I feel like I'm bleeding all over you.
Hey, whose idea was it? It was mine, wasn't to have this talk. And you know what? I appreciate how honest and forthright you've been.
Hell, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm sitting here with the world's most wonderful woman, and I haven't been able to make a commitment to you. No, I saved my commitment for women like Sylvia, who caused me nothing but grief. Sonny and Gideon, they were right, because I didn't know anything about life. And I was just getting set up for a big fall, I can tell you that right now. Didn't even take very long with Sylvia. I mean, Sylvia was the only woman that I ever trusted enough with my heart. And not only did she not want it, she punched a hole in it with her high heel as she walked out the door.
I am so sorry that you've had to go through all this. I know how hard this has been for you to open up and to talk to me. You okay?
Yeah, I'm feeling very vulnerable and I feel stark naked. But for some strange reason, I actually feel better. Go figure.
Good. Because I know how hard it is for you manly men to open up to us women. But sometimes it helps to share the pain. And who knows, maybe it'll get rid of all those nightmares you were telling me about.
Yeah, that'd be nice. You're a wonderful woman, did you know that?
I know. Right now, we're just very good friends who happen to be attracted to each other.
Extremely attracted to each other.
Oh, okay. Well, do you remember what you said a few minutes ago about being very attractive?
I think the wording was very, very attractive.
I have something better for you to do with your mouth.
Oh, no!
What? It's me. It's me. It's my
Man,
breath.
No, it has nothing to do with
I
you.
shouldn't have had the garlic sauce.
Look. Our speeder, it has been stolen. Somebody has stolen our car.
Oh.
Cannot believe this. Man, I knew it. It was just too good to be true. The best moment of my life, followed by the world's worst. I mean, here I am, my speeder's stolen out here. I'm sitting on a great... God, that's hot!
It's Tex.
look, it's gonna be okay. Look, why don't we take a cab home? We'll call the police from home, and then tomorrow we'll call the insurance company. You don't have insurance? Oh,
Well, I
no.
did have insurance, but the fact of the matter was I was never using it, so I kind of let the policy expire.
Okay, so maybe the police can help you track it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the police are gonna drop everything for Murphy's missing speeder.
Oi! You guys saving that spot or what?
Hell no, if you want it, take it.
You okay?
You know, actually, our speeder was just stolen.
Bummer.
Yeah, it is.
Tell you what, would you guys like a lift to the cop shop?
No, we'll walk.
He's really just trying to do us a favor.
Chelsea, I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. It's like some sort of deja vu or something.
Oh, come on. I think you're just upset over losing the speeder. Look, don't be stubborn right now. You know what? We would really appreciate it. Would you?
Hop in.
Thank you very much.
Glad to help.
Oh, look. His hat is even uglier than yours.
What's wrong with my hat?
It's a shame to lose such a cute parking spot.
Yeah, well, thanks for reminding me.
Sorry about that. Pity about the speeder.
We'll be okay. Hey, thank you very much again for the ride.
Pleasure. Glad to help.
Don't miss the most exotic and exquisite exhibit of the decade. The Fabergé World Tour portrait. All magic and splendor of imperial Russia. Don't miss the most
So you folks from around here?
Oh, my name's Chelsea.
Name's Dalton.
Hey, thanks again.
Thanks for sitting up front.
This is not a good idea.
What do you want me to do about it?
Another 50 feet off the ground, I don't know.
Who's your mate?
Oh, that's Tex. He's having a very bad day.
That true, Tex?
Oh, no, everything's just going peachy.
Well, things could get worse, sir.
And that was a cliffhanger that was left for about 16 years until they made the latest Tex Murphy game. I believe it's called The Tesla Effect. So you can imagine how all the fans felt seeing Chelsea and Tex shot in some guy's car. Who was he? Why'd he do that? What? But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this gameplay. I love the Tex Murphy games. Chris Jones is an awesome actor. He did a great job in this game. And it was good to see Tex and Chelsea get together. Well, if you did enjoy this mystery, be sure to give it a thumbs up, leave a comment down below, and subscribe for more nostalgic gaming. Check out the playlist for the other Tex Murphy games. Remember, you're special and loved. You're never alone. You're always welcome to come back and hang out. Until the next video, God bless. I will see you all later. Bye-bye, everyone. Enjoy the tune.
Such a long story, that's no alibi. I'm stuck here on the ground, learning to fly. I'm trying to try. So hard talking, things get in the way. And every time we meet, it seems I have nothing to say. The gloom is rising, I can see in your eyes that you are here to take the time to teach me to fly. And I'm trying to try. I've got shadows that are my friends. Keep me posted where the road may bend. And the sun is rising on another day. And once again my heart begins to feel this way. No more shadows, only this place, and the light that seems to shine in your beautiful face. And I'm ready to fly, not trying to try, not trying to try, not trying to try.